Tell me what you think, Yorkie. You think it's terrible? Is it horrible? He thinks my cranberries are treats because it's the same size bag and it makes the same rustle. So he keeps putting his head under here to like remind me he's here so he can have some. Yeah, it's too cute. Okay, hello. Am I gonna be out of focus for the rest of my life now? Maybe. There we go. It is that Hildy time, that Hildy channel. We're actually gonna do a day stream for once in my goddamn life. The chair. It reveals my shame. There we go. We're gonna get back to Shibuya Scramble. Last time on Shibuya Scramble, we learned that we can't trust anyone. There's some sort of, like, COVID-ass thing in this environment. I'm giving him actual treats because I feel bad. Oh my god, camera. Camera. I'm down here. My eyes are down here, camera. And, Tama's never getting out of that suit. We're gonna enter the 12 o'clock camera. Camera. We're gonna enter the 12 o'clock block. And see, what we can find. Megan, camera feels feisty. Yeah. Camera's like, on it. Megan, you subscribe, so you should rewind, because you can see Horatio bopping his head under the monitor. So, we're gonna see what we can get. As you guys recall, I don't read chat that much during this game, because it is so text-heavy. And when there are words to define, I will just read the word and say, defined. Tell me what you think, Yorkie. You think it's terrible? Is it horrible? Okay. So, I said move me. We're gonna go like this. So we're not anywhere in the text. Well, we're gonna be in the text, but we're as far away from the text as possible. Boop. Okay. Oh! There are some current events. There's a lot of current events. We committed war crimes yesterday. We bombed 2 civilian boats in the Strait of Hormuz. 4 days after our right to be at war expired. Ba-da-da-da-da-da. There. It's a ported PlayStation game, so it was like, you want to use your keyboard. Okay. We're going on to 12 o'clock. We've done it. Oh, yeah, okay. So, the Pentagon has disappeared Hegseth, so far as we understand. Which is, like, about time. I was waiting for it. Like, how long are a bunch of generals gonna let this dude do this? In a cat named Egg? Okay. Well, Tama is actually a really... Hi, Tev. Tama is actually a really popular cat name in Japan. Hegseth did get found eventually because they're trying to figure out when he, they're trying to figure out how, they're cornering him to ask why Trump folded on Iran. The soundtrack is really nice, isn't it? They're also really pissed that he's letting his wife come to Pentagon meetings. of course he's lying, but whatever. So... Ted, this is called Shibuya Scramble. The game is about a kidnapping. And you are trying to solve it through the stories of these different characters. Let's start with Suo Katsuya. I mean, Kano. Kano had been watching syndicate members hand off the attaché case for an hour and a half. He still had no idea where this relay might be headed. Last time in Kano Land, his girlfriend's father came down from fucking Nagano to be like, hey, you're gonna talk to me now or you're not getting married. And then he's on this super important case. They have him just following people who are part of like this Oregon syndicate, following them hand off an attaché case in circles. The man he was tailing now was about 10 meters away, close enough that Kano could close the distance and apprehend him at a moment's notice. But his orders remained the same: follow and observe. He watched as the case was handed off once more. By now, the shock of seeing it pass to yet another accomplice had worn off. It's already been 90 minutes, huh? It was Sasayama. At some point, he'd crept up on Kano from behind. They don't seem like they're trying to get away at all, Kano said. They're just walking. What could they be up to? Sasayama shrugged. Yeah. It's weird. Kano recalled Dick Dictum number 89, which is his little black book of detective sayings. Like Zote's precepts, except funnier. Dick Dictum number 89. The more irrelevant something seems, the more relevant it's bound to be. If Tatano's wisdom held true, the syndicate must have some reason for what it was doing. Were they just trying to throw the investigators off their scent? No, that couldn't be it. They were wandering in circles, staying right in the same area. They were just running up the clock. What if that's exactly what they were after? Buying time. Kano felt a sudden conviction that he was on the right track. They needed more time to make sure they get their hands on the ransom payment. Wait, hold on. Could it be that? The real case had already been switched out. Really, Kano? It took you this long? Really? My fucking god, Kano. That's an embarrassment. It made a certain amount of sense. By handing the case off to one accomplice after another, they were leading the detectives to pay more attention to the individuals than the case itself. That could enable them to swap the case while all the focus was elsewhere. Kano shared his hunch with Sasayama. I see. I mean, it is a possibility. Yeah, we might be following the wrong case. There was a palpable tension in the air now. Kano, Sasayama said. You gotta report in to Kuza. On it. Kano's hand flashed to his wireless. Kuza was dismissive. Nope, that's the case. I assure you. Kuza, you are fucking in on this. No offense, sir. But how can you be sure? Kuza sighed. Because that's my job. There's an IT tag in that case that allows us to keep tabs on it. There's no way these crooks could have whipped up a duplicate. ID tag? What ID tag? Wait, no, that's right. Kano had forgotten all about that detail in the wake of his all-nighter. Or the writers did. Oh, right. Don't you right me. Clearly you weren't hired for your brains. Focus on what you're good at. Kuza ended the call. Still, Kano couldn't shake his conviction that something was off. The man with the attaché case made his way back to Shibuya Station. The heck? Tsuchiyama grumbled. He's right back where we started. Kano felt his frustration growing. It honestly looked like the syndicate was just randomly lugging the case around town. Near Shibuya Station, a girl approached the suspect. She was Japanese and entirely unlike any of the other criminal accomplices. She spoke to the man while showing him something on a notepad. He glanced at the pad but did not slow down. Within moments, he had left her behind. It looked like she just passed him a message. Well, that's sure fishy, Tsuchiyama muttered. What, a girl? Asked Kano. Yeah. Wanna go hit her up? Tsuchiyama could only mean one thing, questioning her. Hey Zem, Tev asked you a question. What's your take on him as a magician prop? She can't be involved with this, can she? Tsuchiyama flashed him a skeptical look. Don't let your preconceptions get the better of you. Oop. Preconceptions, defined. Fixed notions one has about something before the facts are known. Can be a hindrance to thinking freely. If you think about it too hard, you might fall victim to the preconception that preconceptions themselves are always bad. I know that, but still, she doesn't come across as involved to me. Kano knew better than to judge people based on appearance, but he was still convinced the girl wasn't part of this gang. She just struck him as far too, well, inept, really. Tev, my take on them as magician's props is that they're useful because they're deep. Alright, I'll go look into the girl, Tsuchiyama said. You keep following the attaché case. Kano nodded and hurried after the man. The man's black garb made him stand out in the crowd at the intersection. It occurred to Kano that all of the criminals who'd handled the attaché case had been wearing the same black clothing. The fact made the whole situation even weirder. Could they really be ignorant that they were being followed while they were all wearing the same eye-catching outfit? It was more like they were going out of their way to make sure the investigators spotted them. That still didn't provide any clues as to what they were after, though. The longer Kano kept tailing these guys, the less it all made sense. Was it really such a good idea to keep this up? Someone's life was in danger, and they were just letting the kidnappers carry out their plan, whatever it was. The very first page of the Dick Diary spelled things loud and clear on that front. Dick Dictum number 1. Never lose sight of what you're supposed to protect. Ever. Right now, the single most important thing was ensuring the hostage's safety. Well, you're just distractingly handsome, my guy. This was a situation where Patano would have stuck to his guns, for sure. Kano thought back to that day 3 years ago. A burglar had shut himself inside a financial office and doused the place in gasoline. Kano had just been put on police box duty and was ordered to the scene because his box was just down the street from standoff. Oop. No! There we go. Police box duty, defined. Nobody is assigned to a detective post right after graduating from the police academy. Detective positions can be quite hard to come by. Candidates are selected for detective training only after accumulating enough experience working at the local police box, a very small type of neighborhood station manned by only a handful of officers. Several officers had surrounded the building, keeping close tabs on the situation. The suspect was shouting nonsense through the entrance on the first floor. Things were getting heated. A crowd of alarmed onlookers had started to form as well. Step aside, a voice said suddenly from amidst the throng. A middle-aged man in a rumpled business suit had approached Kano as he hovered nervously at the edge of the scene. I'm sorry, sir, Kano said. You have to stay back, for your own safety. He attempted to usher the man back into the crowd. A no-nonsense look crossed the newcomer's face. He spoke in a low voice. I'm Detective Tato, from the Shibuya precinct. What's the situation? Oh, sir. I'm so sorry. Yes, of course. Kano stammered, then quickly explained. He hasn't taken anyone hostage, but there are still people on the upper floors of the building. Giving only a slight nod, Tatano marched straight up to the building. The plastic container of gasoline the suspect had used was on the ground out front. Tatano picked it up and dumped the remaining contents out over his head. Kano was at a loss for words. He couldn't believe what he was seeing. "I've covered myself in gasoline too," Tatano called out from the entryway. Tension in the air ratcheted itself up several notches. "Hey, what the hell do you think you're doing?" Kano heard the burglar shouting from inside. "If you're gonna do it, Tatano called out. "We can die together." And he walked into the building. All Kano could do was watch things unfold through the plate glass window. Tatano was talking to the burglar, but Kano couldn't make out the words. The crook was clutching a lighter, his hand trembling. His expression was like that of a frightened child. Tatano slowly approached him and took firm hold of his shaking hand. The onlookers erupted into cheers and applause. Tatano handed the now docile suspect over to the detective, then wearily sat down against the planter up front. It was like something ripped straight out of a police drama. "That was amazing," Kano breathed. "You have to deal with guys like that as quickly as you can. You let a situation like this get even a little out of hand, and you never know how things might go south on you." "Nope, that's not Kano, that's Tatano." "Oop." "You have to deal with guys like that, etc." Tatano spoke quietly, almost as if he were talking to himself. As the police evacuated the rest of the building, Kano noticed that there were children and elderly people among them. If the perp had managed to set the fire, there was no way they would have escaped in time. But, I mean, what if he'd actually set the place on fire? If someone's willing to risk their life, you're not going to convince them of anything unless you do the same. Kano still remembered the awe he felt at Tatano's matter-of-fact tone. Kano hadn't become a police officer out of any real sense of duty. He just thought it would make Rumi happy if he became a detective like her father. Besides, civil servants tended to stay afloat in times of recession, and his time playing rugby meant he was in good physical shape for the job. Rugby? That is why you are mysteriously handsome. He'd never really thought too much about protecting the citizenry or keeping the peace. But now here he was in the presence of a detective who'd literally risked his life in the line of duty without a second thought. A police officer never loses sight of what he's supposed to protect. Ever. Getting back to his feet, Tatano tugged off his gasoline-drenched coat and walked away. Kano wrote the words in a notebook he'd just purchased. Thus the Dick Diary was born. Dick Diary. Thinking back to the way Tatano had put his life on the line to rescue a bunch of strangers made Kano feel all the more raw about just tailing these syndicate members. Letting the crooks just wander around wasn't going to bring Maria Osawa back to safety. Of that, Kano was now certain. Never lose sight of what you're supposed to protect. Ever. He uttered the fundamental dictum out loud. "Well, you've lost sight of it completely," a voice said out of nowhere. "What?" Kano spun around. It was Shizuo. Rumi was with him. "Sir?" Kano stuttered. "Weren't you supposed to be waiting at the cafe for—" "There was some lowlife there, so we left. Rumi's dad looked plenty mean under ordinary circumstances. Right now he looked like a man possessed." "Oh, I beg your pardon. I'm still on duty at the moment." "I'm going back home," Shizuo huffed. "You're not marrying my daughter." He turned to walk away. "No, please, just wait." "I'm done waiting. Now, I'm going home." "Please, don't do this. Just hear me out." "I've heard all I need to hear from you. Rumi, we're leaving." "Dad, please." "Goodbye." Seizing his daughter by the hand, Shizuo stormed off without another word, dragging her behind him. "Shinya!" she called out over her shoulder. Rumi. She was gone. Rumi was gone. Kano desperately wanted to go after her, but he hesitated in an agony of indecision. I can't turn my back on my responsibilities. I'm a detective. My work has to be my first priority. Going after Rumi isn't what a good detective would do. Oh, Detective Tatano, what should I do? Tatano, Still the dictum echoed in his mind. Never lose sight of what you're supposed to protect. Ever. Never lose sight of what you're supposed to protect. Never lose sight of what you're supposed to protect. 6 months later. Oh, now it's not my dick duties are my first priority. Oh, a farm? Kano made his way through a small corner of a vast field in the Nagano countryside. Slowly and leisurely, he tilled the soil. He'd surprised himself with his own newfound enthusiasm for organic farming, learning more from Shizuo day after day. His father-in-law had taught him the ways of farming from the ground up, and while things had been rocky between them at first, their friendship was now growing strong. Pausing to wipe his brow, he smiled at the acreage around him. He looked forward to tending the crops he'd sown until harvest came around. If he'd stayed on as a detective, he might well never have known the joy he now found in his work. And this wasn't the only seed Kano had planted. By the time harvest season came around, the new life growing within his dear Rumi's belly would be ready to celebrate it with him. Bad end. That sounds like a good end for him. We got married. Kano went after Rumi and Shizuo, proving his devotion and earning her hand in marriage. Now he's a farmer in Nagano, and crime in Tokyo is someone else's problem. But hang on a second. Why weren't Rumi and Shizuo waiting at the cafe like they were supposed to be? Well, there's no way for Kano to know about how one man's bit of curiosity at that cafe led to this strange twist of fate. Alright then. One man's curiosity suggests Minorikawa, so we're going there. Our justice journalist, Minorikawa, stood on the sidewalk, weighing his options. Chiaki's phone call had thrown him for a loop. He had expected her to be anxious about doing interviews, but wow, she was a real basket case. Still, that didn't change the fact that he had a schedule of his own to keep. The surveillance camera story had to be his top priority. Chiaki would just have to find some way to fumble through things on her end. He headed on down to Dogenzaka, scanning his surroundings as he went. There were cameras set up on streetlights all over the place.
Now displaying a message for YouTube.
Thanks, Trixie. There were so many, it was hard to believe he'd never noticed them before. One over there, another just over here. Electronic eyes peering down on passers-by from high above, where they were tougher to spot. Just how were the people who came to Shibuya reacting to the situation? Hey, you there! Minorikawa called out to a man riding by on a bicycle. Hey, you! Stop! The man brought his bike to a sudden stop. Taisei Yasuda, proprietor of a knick-knack shop in Udagawacho. Roughly 30 minutes earlier, while he was wandering along the JR tracks picking up lost and abandoned items, Achi foisted off his trash onto him, so he's in a bit of a foul mood. Since then, he's been going along on his bicycle, still picking up things from the roadside. There's a trunk on the back of his bike where he stores his finds. Huh? Oh, what's the matter? He asked. Hi, the name's Minoru Minorikawa. I'm a freelance writer. Okay. I'm just doing interviews for a magazine, and I'd like to talk to you. A magazine? Which one? 4-Star General Gossip. Minorikawa did his best to sound proud. Oh, well... I'm actually, in a bit of a hurry here. Minorikawa soldiered on. See that? He pointed at one of the nearby surveillance cameras. What? The man asked. The blimp? A massive blimp was indeed drifting slowly overhead. Blimp, defined. a type of aircraft that floats using the lift provided by an enormous envelope filled with lighter-than-air gas. This envelope, the balloon, is often used for corporate advertising. This particular blimp has been puttering about the skies above Shibuya since last night. Ayakamiki, our Ayumi Hamasaki stand-in. No, the camera! The camera watched them both in uncaring silence. Oh, that. What about it? What do you mean, what about it? Those cameras have been installed all throughout Shibuya. They're taking in anything and everything. Privacy be damned! A shocked pallor came to the man's face. Oh, really? He muttered uneasily to himself. I guess I should be careful next time I go picking stuff up. Hey, what are you talking about? Miroikawa asked. Oh, nothing, just stuff. Way to dodge the question entirely. Anyhow, I think there are some good things about the cameras too, the man said hurriedly. Oh? Miroikawa asked, such as? Well, I mean, they must have helped catch some crooks, right? Yeah, I think you're right about that. Oh, I am? The man looked shocked to have his own statement confirmed. Are you hiding something from me? Huh? No, nothing in particular. The man shook his head vehemently. Nothing at all, really. Well, whatever, Miroikawa said. In any case, even if the cameras are helping in arresting criminals, there are some places where people just don't want to be watched. Ugh. For instance, how would you like it if someone set up a security camera inside your home? What do you mean? I mean, a burglar might try to get into your home. If you had a security camera, you could be alerted right away. Isn't that kind of an extreme argument? Nope! You're the one making the extreme argument here! What? The man stared, bewildered. You're saying it's okay for folks to film people around town as much as they might like, but not to take a look inside people's houses. Yeah, I guess I am, the man mumbled. Miroikawa snorted. You don't think too deeply about things, do you? He mocked. Miroikawa, you don't think too deeply about things. I'm just gonna put that out there. The man huffed in indignation. I don't see the problem, he said. I mean, it's a normal enough opinion to want to bring down crime but also protect privacy. Their teeth make me feel happy about my teeth. Well, yeah, so? Like as in, my teeth are fine. I fit in. Miroikawa grinned inwardly. You're being naive, he said. Way too naive. Naive about what? By now the man was getting worked up. Once you start letting people watch you some of the time, you'll eventually let them do it more and more. That's how the world works. A simple change in camera angle is all it'll take to steal the last traces of your privacy away. That's kind of funny coming from you. Doesn't 4-star general gossip get all its scuttlebutt by invading the privacy of others? Since when are you people concerned with personal privacy? Meaning what, exactly? Miroikawa asked. You know damn well what I mean. Have you no shame? I've got nothing to be ashamed about, Miroikawa exclaimed. If some celebrity scandal breaks, I write it up in the form of a top-class, socially conscious exposé. That's the Miroikawa seal of quality. The man rolled his eyes. Please, as if anyone's ever heard of that. Your everyday freelance reporter would say something about how security firms have no right to use cameras to disrupt personal privacy, but not me. Oh, no. I'm the only guy who'd write a first-class piece on the subject. And you want to know why? The man's only response was a doubtful look. Because privacy only exists for me to utterly demolish it. Miroikawa finished with a prideful grin. That's nothing but journalistic arrogance, the man railed. Oh yeah? Yeah, I'd rather have surveillance cameras any day if the alternative is some weird gossip piece. This time, Miroikawa didn't have a handy retort. An awkward silence descended over the pair. Right, I see. Miroikawa muttered to himself as he busily scribbled at his notepad. The man was visibly taken aback. Thank you for your cooperation, Miroikawa said at last. You gave me some good stuff. He held up a hand to forestall an angry retort. I realize I probably got you a bit riled up. You'll have to forgive me. What? The man peered up at Miroikawa in disbelief. This is just my interview style. Sorry, I know it's a little unorthodox. Buddy, you're a weirdo. You know that? The man said. Yeah, I hear that a lot, Miroikawa laughed. So can I go now? Sure. I'll quote you as passerby A in my article. Sure, whatever, the man muttered. He quickly sped off on his bicycle. Minorikawa now had some material for a surveillance camera piece. He wanted to organize what he'd managed to put together so far. He decided to head toward his next interview location, keeping an eye out for a cafe where he could stop to work on his copy. Yeah, it is your fault. It's your fault Shizuo left. He used the map included in the project proposal to guide him. It was hard to read the words and make out the details, but it looked like the Nokane building, where the Burning Hammer demo was being held, was just down Center Gai. There was no indication of which floor the event would be held on, however. That made him a little anxious, but he'd probably be able to find someone to point him in the right direction once he got to the building. He spotted a cafe up ahead. Coffee, please, he shouted as he strode inside. He slumped down in an open chair. Hopefully he'd be able to hole up in here until 1 o'clock, working on his article. He couldn't have it done by then. Finishing the whole issue by the end of the day would be a tall order. He pulled a cigarette from his overcoat as he waited for his computer to boot up. Minorikawa, for those of you joining us, Tev, was summoned by the publisher, a 4-star general, who was about to kill himself because of a mistake he made with scratch cards. He owes millions to readers, and all of his writers left. And if he could get the next issue out, he could cover the debt, but they weren't going to do it. So he called Minorikawa as a last result because he'd been saying no a lot. He'd been getting better magazines. And when Minorikawa saw how close he was, he scolded him and then decided he was going to write the issue himself. Having a smoke was Minorikawa's little trigger for going into writing mode. Writing mode, defined. The state of being in a mood to write some text. As Minorikawa goes about his job, he switches between writing mode, interview mode, food mode, and sleep mode. When busy, he'll sometimes go into writing mode and food mode at the same time, sometimes even straying into sleep mode in the midst of food mode. When he's even busier, he'll eat and write mid-interview while nodding off. This is known as ultimate mode. He stuck the cigarette in his mouth and lit it up. With the first heavy draw of smoke, he felt his mind focus. The rough idea for his article came to his head nearly fully formed. All he needed to do now was get it all written down. Finally, his laptop finished booting up. Took you long enough, pal, he muttered to the computer. His hands leapt to the keyboard like a predator, pouncing on its prey. In a matter of moments, he had hit his stride. His fingers clicked away. One by one, lines of text filled up his screen. A waitress stepped up beside him. "Excuse me, sir." Minorikawa was in writing mode. He didn't even hear her. Sir, I beg your pardon." Again, Minorikawa was deaf to the waitress's attempts to get his attention. "Sir!" "Excuse me." The waitress smacked the table. "Quiet!" Minorikawa snapped. He slammed the table right back. "Don't interrupt me when I'm working. Not if you know it's good for you." The waitress didn't so much as flinch. She leaned in aggressively, getting right in Minorikawa's face. "You do that, lady." Waitress, defined. Ikumi Omiya, employee at Kolabo Cafe. While appearing cute and demure at first glance, she's quite strong-willed and frightening when angry. She works nights at a place called the Scolding Pub, where customers rent private rooms in which they are scolded at length by attractive girls. One middle-aged businessman once told her, "Your face looks simply marvelous when you're angry." "Sir, I hate to bother you, but I have to ask you to please refrain from smoking." Minorikawa blinked. "Huh? This is a non-smoking establishment, sir." "No smoking?" Minorikawa asked. The cigarette bobbed in his mouth as he spoke. The waitress pointed sharply to the sign on the wall. The words "no smoking" were spelled out. Clear as day. "We ask that patrons please not smoke so the other customers can fully enjoy the aroma of their coffee." The waitress drew herself up in arrogant triumph. A woman sitting at the table next made a face as she tried to fan the smoke away with her hands. Customers all around the shop were glaring at him. "You guys don't know the first thing about the aroma of coffee," Minorikawa scoffed. "The scent of coffee only truly comes to life amidst the choking stench of tobacco smoke." The waitress's only response was to jab her finger again. But this time, she didn't point at the sign. She pointed to the door. "Sir, if you're going to smoke, please take it outside." Sometime later, sitting inside the Café La Trek, Minorikawa lit up his third cigarette. At last, a safe refuge. It had taken him quite some time to find a place that allowed smoking after he got kicked out of the first cafe. In recent years, a place that allowed smoking defined. In recent years, many cafes and restaurants have phased out the concept of the smoking section in favor of prohibiting smoking across the board. This makes a place La Trek especially important to smokers. There are large air vents in the ceiling to help keep the interior more agreeable for those who do not smoke. Now he was in a rush to make up for lost time. His fingers flew over the keyboard at lightning speed. The more he wrote, the harder he focused. At this rate, he'd have the story wrapped up in no time. Today, you hear me? A voice intruded suddenly on his awareness. One of the other customers was shouting, "You're breaking up with that fellow! Today!" Minorikawa's fingers drifted to a halt. "Excuse me, Shizuo. She is her own goddamn person." He looked around to see where the voice had come from. An older man, red in the face, was shouting at the young woman who sat across from him. "Please, Dad," the woman pleaded. "Stop. You're making a scene." A father and daughter, then. It was rare nowadays to see a father behave so imperiously toward his own daughter. Just how sheltered had he been trying to keep her? Minorikawa couldn't see her face from where he was sitting, but his interest was piqued. No, he reminded himself that he needed to finish his article. Besides, if this young lady looked anything like her father, he'd just as soon pass. Minorikawa went back to his typing. It took a few minutes to re-establish his writing groove, with the two still bickering across the room. But thankfully, he soon regained his focus. What's that? His hands went still as a strange noise intruded on his reverie. Whatever it was close by. What in the world is that sound? Oh, never mind. I need to focus on finishing this article. Minorikawa tried to immerse himself in his writing again. Before long, he stopped worrying about the curious sound. Time passed. Eventually, the pace of his writing slowed down a bit, and Minorikawa glanced at his watch. It was later than he thought. Pretty soon, he was going to have to head over to get an interview from the diet drink people. He reached into his bag for the project proposal to double-check the demo location. Huh? The proposal, it's gone. Crap, where the heck did it go? He checked all around the table, but he didn't see it anywhere. Maybe he'd left it at the other cafe, the non-smoking place? Well, he didn't have time to go back for it now. His phone rang. What now? Minorikawa snapped as he answered it. A tiny squeak came through the receiver. It was followed by the sound of sniffling sobs. "I'm sorry. Chiaki? Was she done with her interviews, maybe? Sound only. Chiaki Iso. It's no use. People won't stop to talk no matter how hard I try." Her voice broke up into further sobs. "Look, I've got my own problems to deal with. You're just going to have to find some way to manage." But I can't. Sorry, I'm hanging up now. And so he did. He had to hurry. Had to get to the demo venue. But he'd lost the map and forgotten the location. Think, man, he told himself. Where would they hold an event like this? Probably someplace big, right? And there ought to be a guide or someone out front, too. With these assumptions in mind, Minorikawa broke into a run, searching his head as he went. He stopped when he caught sight of a particular multi-tenant office building. A whole stream of women were filing inside. All of them looked a little heavy, too. Pay dirt! This had to be the health food company's sales demo. He hurried into the building. The women were queued up down the hallway. This was definitely the place, then. More confident by the moment, Minorikawa made his way up the stairs. Finally, he reached the front of the line. There was a notice posted outside the doorway ahead. Minorikawa read it out loud. Auditions for the starring role in Sun TV's Sumo Queen 2. Sumo Queen 2, defined. A suspense drama about a string of murders that crop up while a group of female sumo wrestlers tour the country. The Maegashira, Komusubi, Sakuake, and Ozeki, the 5th through 2nd place wrestlers from both East and West, are all killed in sequence, leaving on the 2 top-ranked Yokozuna. With the real killer still unknown, things come to a heated climax in the ring during the final match, when the loser tearfully confesses to her crimes. It concludes with the victorious wrestler, who'd also been playing the part of detective, sorrowfully looking the culprit in the eye and stating, It's off to the big house with you. Oh my god. It was a sequel series to a recent TV drama featuring full-figured actresses. That's it, Minorikawa exclaimed, a new project proposal springing fully formed into his mind. He felt as if he'd been struck by a bolt of divine inspiration. Big bodies, bigger names! A new arena opens for aspiring plus-size actresses. Never mind the diet drink demo. This was going to be Minorikawa's big story. Minorikawa managed to meet the deadline. The show, however, wound up being a massive flop. Sales of that issue of forced out general gossip were likewise lackluster, with an unprecedented number of copies going unsold. Oops. Oh no! Oh no! Mr. Toyama's debts continued to spiral out of control. Before long, Heaven Publishing was no more. Bad end. Sumo Show does massive belly flop. Minorikawa wound up going to the wrong venue entirely. His main problem was that he didn't have good detailed directions to the Burning Hammer demo. Tama can do something at 12:15 that causes Chiri to head to that cafe, and Chiri can help Minorikawa get to where he needs to go. Okay? Time to talk to Tama. Did not expect to see man hanging from ceiling. Tama. In 1 hour, the Burning Hammer sales demo will begin. Chiri. Chiri is laying out the assortment of snacks that we'll have on hand. Hey, Tama, you hungry? Why, yes. Yes, I am. I mean, that should be pretty obvious at this point. All I've had since putting on this stupid mascot costume is some burning hammer and a bunch of iced tea. Hey now, Chiri shoots back. What's with the attitude? Chiri, you do remember that you ate my lunch, right? The sticker said it was best before noon. You just made that up. Yeah. Chiri chortles merrily and chugs some more iced tea. Okay, folks. Mr. Yaragishita calls out as he slips into the room. Lunch break's over. Back to work. I don't feel like I've had much of a break. If anything, I'm even more mentally exhausted than I was before. There's a box full of Anagachi toys in the storeroom on the 3rd floor. Mind bringing those down? Anagachi, I ask. What's that? The name makes it sound like some sort of product knockoff. Mr. Yanagishita's face widens in surprise. You've never heard of them? Tamagotchi, brother pops. You know, Anagachi. It's a digital pet game where you raise an eel that lives in Tokyo Bay. Anagachi, defined. A portable electronic game in which you raise a conger eel, anago, feeding it daily and clearing away feces. Depending how you raise your eel, it can wind up developing into various forms, from normal eel to ultimate eel sushi. You can also use the infrared communication feature to bring over friends for your eel from another nearby Anagachi device. There's also a sister product, Trout Watch. By connecting the two, you can view a special event where the eel and trout characters go to a pub together. Never heard of it, I say. Huh, well, I guess maybe a lot of people in Japan haven't heard of it yet. But it's all the rage right now with youngsters over in New York City. New York City? Oh. He must mean NYC. NYC? Oh, he must mean New York City. It's popular in New York. Really? Anyway, I did some quick checking, and that's what I learned. So last month I bought a whole bunch of them. And once again, you were swindled. Yep. Ouch. Chiri dropping the hard truth. Mr. Yanagishita lets out a pathetic whimper. No! Just like that, his confidence evaporates. He starts muttering to himself. I thought it sounded a little fishy, really. I mean, think about it. Why would kids in New York be interested in raising eels from Tokyo Bay? He muses. And what appeal would an eel character even have anyway? None. That's why I should have known that. I did know that. Then why'd you buy them? This farce is getting tiresome. Anyway, Yanagishita continues, it was gonna cost way too much to keep them in storage, so I was just gonna let the recycling guy take them. He exits in shame. In a matter of moments, he's borderline catatonic. Borderline catatonic, defined. The type of eel that gives anagachi its name, anago, can be loosely translated as the creature that lives in a hole. Mr. Yanagishita is probably wishing he could crawl into a hole right about now. Chiri, on the other hand, flashes a big, bright grin. Still, eel's pretty delicious. Oh, Chiri, Yanagishita blurts. Thank you. He clasps her hands in gratitude. I wasn't exactly complimenting you there, boss. It's the same thing. There's a little bit of me in each of my products. Anagachi and I are one and the same. Anagachi, defined. A brief Anagachi gameplay clip. The trick is to feed your eel proper food and give it proper exercise. Another important strategy tip is to make sure to obtain the sharp chef's knife when you visit Kappabashi Kitchen Town partway through the game. Which is to say, eels and I are one and the same. Go on then, say something nice about eels. Chiri chimes right in without missing a beat. Eels are awesome. When it comes to eel sushi, 100 pieces barely whets my appetite. These two make quite a pair. That really means a lot to me, Chiri. Thank you. Thank you. I don't understand what any of this is about, but if it helps mend Mr. Yanagishita's wounded spirits, I guess I can't complain. I leave them to their devices and head for the storeroom. The storeroom door opens with a rough, grating sound. Okay, now where's the light switch? I fumble around in the dark, feeling for the switch box. My accustomed paws mute the sensations in my hands enough that even finding that is difficult. I bat at the wall willy-nilly until eventually the walls come on. Apparently, I found the switch, even if I didn't feel it. Whoa. What the heck is this? The storeroom is practically overflowing with shoddy goods. A painting that looks like a child's scribblings, an oddly shaped hat bearing the words, "Grow 2 inches, guaranteed," a cheap-looking pendant with a tag that says it's set with a miracle stone. Miracle stone, defined. These stones are nothing more than simple glass beads that were purchased at 5,000 yen apiece. The seller claimed, normally these sell for 10,000 a pop, but if you buy 100 of them, I'll give you half off, which the buyer declared, it really is a miracle, before joyfully agreeing to the purchase. The fact that someone like Yanagishita actually exists to buy these things up is also kind of a miracle. It's like this is the knockoff boneyard where cheap products go to die. They break away from their pathetic herd, knowing their time has come, and end up in this graveyard of a storeroom. Let's see. Anagachi. Anagachi. I quickly spy the cardboard box I'm looking for. Then I catch sight of a dark silhouette out of the corner of my eye. Eek! I yelp. Oh, bitch. It's one of them. Them. Defined. Black. Flat. Quick. Long antennae. Often spotted in kitchens. Sometimes, somehow, their legs wind up in restaurant food. Ew. The size, the speed, the dark shape. It couldn't be anything else. It peers back at me from the shadow of the Anagachi box, the faint light catching the luster of its carapace. It looks ready to leap out at me at any moment. I need to act fast. I challenge it to single combat. It flitters aloft. It's gunning for me, all right. Bracing myself, I step forward to confront it, which paradoxically helps calm my nerves. I get the sneaking suspicion that this isn't the first time I've done battle with one of these things. It's like I've trained myself to protect someone who's even more scared of them than I am. As I mull that over, the thing hovering in the air presses its attack against me. Now's my chance. I snatch up a nearby piece of cardboard and swat at the creature, hard. It sails out the window in a graceful arc, then flitters away into the world beyond. Cockroach is blasting off again! Phew! At least we parted on mutually acceptable terms. I didn't have to squash it or blast it with pesticide. Hefting the box labeled Anagachi, I scurry away from the graveyard of schlock merchandise. Phew! I made it. When I get back to the break room, Mr. Yanagista is still clutching Chiri's hands. An eel's super tasty when you salt broil it, too. Thank you. A tempura style is probably the best. Thank you. Well, Mr. Yanagista's spirits have certainly turned around. Okay, got it. I hold out the big cardboard box. Excellent, thank you. You girls are the greatest, Yanagista shouts. His voice resounds with gratitude. Hey, that's it! I just got an amazing idea! I love that they just glued these tears on his face and they never cleaned them off. Why don't the three of us start our own company? I'll pass, Chiri and I respond in unison. Man, you two shot that down and one done down quick. Well, for today, let's just focus on selling Burning Hammer. By the way, I ask, where is the Burning Hammer? There wasn't any in the storeroom, and I don't see any here either. Oh, that's right. It's out back on the loading dock. We should probably go bring it in. Oh, and bring the Anagachis with you, too. The recycling guy's gonna be showing up soon. Come on, let's go. Chiri and I follow Mr. Yanagista out to the loading dock. Womp. The loading dock, it turns out, is empty. There's no sign of the Burning Hammer anywhere. That beeping noise was, if you're just listening, it was some boxes of Burning Hammer appearing where they should be. It's gone, Mr. Yamagista murmurs. Then his voice rises to a shout. It's gone! All gone! The Burning Hammer! It's all gone! Flying into a panic, he searches frantically from one end of the dock to the other, leaping into the air, even peering down into the cracks. But no matter where he looks, there's nothing for him to find. It was right here a little while ago, like right here, right here. I hear the sound of an engine revving outside. Mr. Yanagista cries out in alarm. We can see a truck starting to pull away. Its bed is piled high with cardboard boxes and other assorted trash. Hey, boss, is that? There, yes, there it is. Mr. Yanagista begins racing after the truck. My Burning Hammer! His voice cracks as he cries out, Give that back! Give it back! But he's no match for a speeding truck, and the boxes of Burning Hammer vanish before his eyes. Burning Hammer! Come back! Come back! Yanagista's wailing echoes from the surrounding buildings. It's like something out of a movie. What the hell? What's up with that truck? Tama, who the heck was that? Hey, don't look at me, I reply. With all this pile of stuff, it looked just like the recycling guy. As soon as he says it, revelation dawns on his face. The recycling guy, he mutters. I could see the color draining from his face. The words recycling guy give me an idea. If it was him, maybe he thought he was picking up the Anagachis by We have to find it! We have to find that truck! The man is absolutely beside himself. Chiri, Tama, you two split up and try to track it down. Wait, why do we have to look for it? Again, Chiri and I speak in chorus. There's no sales demo, there's no money to pay you, and then all the work you've done will be for nothing. Right. When he puts it that way, I guess there isn't much of a choice. Somehow or another, we'll have to find that truck. It can't have gotten far, he continues. Now, go hunt for it like your life depended on it. Chiri and I look at each other and sigh. How do you want to do this? She asks. Want to search together, or shall we split up? We should split up. Chiri and I go our separate ways, searching for a truck full of junk. I make my way to Center Gai. I'm so focused on searching over as I walk that I lose track of where I'm going, and I wind up bumping right into a man who's hurrying along with his daughter. Defined, Teruo and Hana Toyama. They came to Center Gai to eat lunch. Before that, they were at Heaven Publishing in Shibuya Chome. While wandering around distractedly looking for somewhere cheap and tasty, Mr. Toyama bumped right into Tama. Oh, pardon me. I hop back to my feet and go to bow to the man in apology. Ow! We bows at the same time. We managed to bonk our heads together. So sorry. As her dad drops to his knees, clutching his head, the girl begins to wander off. Hey, Hana, wait! The man lurches to his feet and rushes after the girl. She seems like an odd kid, only 10 or so, but strangely cold and distant for her age. Nursing my own sore head, I make it all the way to Shibuya Station, but there's no sign of the truck. I'll probably never find it just by wandering around randomly. It's already 12:35. Sales demo starts in 25 minutes. Serious doubts I'll be able to find the truck by then. Ugh! What should I do? Keep out. Okay. As you guys know, I play this with a guide because this game has so much text that if you mess up, you just get stuck. So we're gonna back up a little bit. Because there was a jump that they suggest I make. So in Tama, oh, no. We need to exit this. Oh, it's just gonna go right back to our ending. Time chart. So in Tama's time chart, here, we go to fetching the Anagachis. We need to get to the cockroach. Okay, so we choose, I challenge it to single combat. And then from there, we need to go to Achi. So we're running through Center Gai. This is the twin sister, Hitomi, of the kidnapped girl. Achi and Hitomi scampered through the back roads along Center Gai, white sneakers and pumps slapping on the pavement. Achi kept his eyes peeled, continually checking ahead and behind as they darted through the gaps between the buildings. Finally, they stopped in a narrow alley. There's no way he'll find us here, he said. No one knows about this place. He took another look around, then let out a sigh of relief. It seemed they managed to shake the gunman. For now. Back when Achi was with SOS, he had come through Center Gai practically every day. SOS, defined. The abbreviation for Studs of Shibuya, the name given to the group by Achi when he founded it. Originally just a bunch of like-minded young people hanging out together, it has since become known as a gang that picks fights around Shibuya. The gang had started out as little more than a group of local teens. They didn't do much in particular, just horsing around and killing time. What mattered was that they were having fun. But it wasn't long before it wasn't all fun and games. Ashi couldn't help but notice the Slavs who were making a mess of Shibuya, dirtying it all up. He wasn't about to let them get away with it. Most frequently, it was folks who tossed cigarette butts out on the street or plastered walls and graffiti. When they didn't respond to his more gentle warnings, he found slightly more forceful ways of getting his point across. SOS got a reputation. Street punks started trying to pick fights with its members. Those guys required a bit more force to handle. And when it came to the worst of the lot, the drug dealers, the muggers, the guys who tried to force themselves on women, it was full-on battle, no holds barred. Before long, SOS had established itself as something of a vigilante corps. Soon, it became known as one of the biggest gangs in Shibuya. Let's lay low here for a bit and see what happens, Achi said. The alley where they hid was like a dimly lit chasm, obscuring them from view. The only problem now was figuring out what to do next. They needed to find that blue van again, which meant figuring out the best way to get back to Dongenzaka without the man with the cane catching them once more. Achi, Hitomi whispered. Think I can handle myself from here. She got to her feet and gave Achi a deep bow. Whoa, Achi held up a hand. We've been over this already. You're not gonna be okay. That guy has a gun. He let her go up against that assassin alone. He might as well be the one to pull the trigger himself. Thank you so much for everything you've done for me, Hitomi continued, as if she hadn't heard him. She started to shuffle out of the alleyway. Hey, what did I just say? Really, Achi, I appreciate your concern, but I can't in good conscience put you in danger anymore. But, I mean... She tried to press the point, but Hitomi cut him off. There's no good reason for you to risk yourself to keep helping me. Her tone was resolute. But Achi was determined to help her anyway. He refused to back down. Still, Achi was determined to help her anyway. He refused to back down. Look, I want to help people who are in trouble. What's so wrong about that? Huh? He locked eyes with Hitomi, willing her to understand. I'm not the most dependable guy. I know that. But still, I just... Hitomi dropped her gaze, and Achi trailed off, feeling like an idiot. Ugh. It's no use. I'm no use. He hung his head with a sigh. Just then, a bit of light shone into the alleyway from above. It looked like someone on the adjacent building's upper floor had turned on the lights. Okay, so there is a jump here, but we're not going to take it. Building defined. The Nokane building. This multi-tenant building has 7 floors, but a decade-old urban legend tells of a mysterious 13th floor. A diet aid sales demo is being held on one of the upper floors today. The light illuminated Hitomi's face. When Achi saw the look in her eyes, he reconsidered his decision. She was trying her hardest to hide it, but she was clearly terrified. No way was he letting her go back out there alone. Still, if he tried to insist, she would only refuse him again. Hitomi, humor me for a second here. Tell me, what's the proper way to dispose of a plastic bottle? She stared at him in surprise. First you remove the cap and the wrapper. Then you rinse out the inside and crush it. Achi let out the breath he'd been holding. Okay, good. Huh? I don't understand. What's good? You gave me my reason why I have to help you out. I super respect people who respect the environment. I'm one of those whatchamacallits. An environmentalist. Achi pointed at his mean, clean t-shirt. Hitomi hesitated. And what was your plan if I said the answer was to toss the plastic in with the trash? Well, then I'd need to stick with you to help teach you. Environmental awareness begins with good education. Now kiss! So then you were going to tag along with me, regardless. Look, I'm just super pumped to learn that you care so much about proper recycling. But she cracked a huge grin. Okay then. Okay? If you're really that sure about it. I guess I could use your help a little while longer. Hitomi flashed him a little smile. She's so cute, Achi thought. Then something else caught his eye. Huh? What's that there? It looked like something black was stuck to the top of her head. Achi, what are you staring at? You've got something stuck there? What? On my head? Without thinking, Hitomi reached up and plucked it off. Oh no! Oh no! Oh no. Oh no! It was about 10 centimeters long, its body a glistening black, sporting feelers and several pairs of legs. Oh no, oh no! It began to writhe and wriggle between Hitomi's slender fingers. Oh no! I love bugs so much, but no! When I was teaching English in China, I was in a tofu building in Sichuan. So tofu buildings are like, they were built before the Sichuan earthquake, and they called them tofu buildings because they just fell over. It was like wobbly tofu. And that meant that there were all these holes in the foundation, and huge cockroaches were all over classrooms. My 6th graders had to kill the cockroaches because I was just screaming like a fucking cartoon with a mouse on the floor. It began to writhe and wriggle between Hitomi's slender fingers. Ah! Achi yelled, "It's a cockroach!" He jumped backward, but Hitomi didn't so much as flinch. Huh, sorry, that gave me a bit of a start, he continued. Guess it must have fallen from one of the windows up there. Still, Hitomi did not move. Hitomi? She's broken. She didn't appear to hear him. Hello? Hitomi? With muffled gurgle, Hitomi passed out on the spot, her body as stiff as a mannequin. Is Tama her sister? What? Hitomi, are you okay? Hitomi! 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 But no matter how loudly Achi called her name, Hitomi would not come to. From that day onward, Achi devoted even more of his time and energy to collecting trash. It became his personal passion to see that his city was a clean one, devoid of cockroaches. That was the mandate he had been handed, or if nothing else, his atonement. She died? Number 19, the cockroach. Hitomi passed out after a cockroach fell onto her head from out of nowhere. Well, not out of nowhere exactly. Hitomi and Achi were right underneath the Nokane building, where they're selling Burning Hammer. A cat and a cockroach had been fighting it out on one of the upper floors. The cat was victorious, but if it had run away instead, things would have turned out differently down below. Okay. So... we could take that someone jump, or we could choose to go back to Tama and change Tama's decision. Oh, nope, nope. Time chart. Okay, so we can come back here. Actually, there might be a quicker way to get to that. I think if we go to, yeah, because that'll go straight to the choice. I need to act fast, so we're gonna run away instead. I snatch up the cardboard box and make a run for it. I snatch up the cardboard box and make a run for it. Phew, I made it. When I get back to the break room. Yep, we're watching those two fall in love over eel. Which, I don't think so, because I think Chiri's way too young for him, but it's still cute. It's cute in an anime way. This guy is a famous comedian in Japan. At least in the aughts, I feel like I remember him being a big deal. So we had already read through this, and I'm gonna go ahead and push us through it. This game has so much text that if I don't... skip through some of it, I'm gonna fall over. Lose my voice, maybe. Okay. So the Burning Hammer is actually... it makes you happy, get somebody, is actually on the recycling truck. which I wish we had. Wouldn't it be nice if there was actually a recycling truck that took big items in America? We have to, like, take it to the dump and stuff like that. He's so over the top. This little... Okay, we're waiting. So... I still think we should split up is the right... Wait, what is happening? Okay. I still think we should split up as the right choice. So... She's gonna run into... Okay, he is Toyama. She's gonna run into Toyama. I was like, Toyama? That's his name, right? And Hana's gonna be like, Jesus Christ, you son of a bitch, and walk away. Poor Hana. You only get that way from trauma. That girl. And then Yumi Hamasaki Light is all over the place. And then we're gonna keep out, I think. So we're gonna go back to Osawa. We're gonna go to Osawa. But I'm gonna put us on a very short break because I need some water. And I've been talking straight for an hour and a half because of the nature of this game. Talking straight, speaking completely. So we're gonna take a pause. Tell me what you think, Yorkie. You think it's terrible? Is it horrible? Tell me what you think, Yorkie. You think it's terrible? Is it horrible? Okay. Short break, but I really only needed some water. Let's go. Osawa. The rain won't let up. No matter how much time passes, it just won't stop. Ever since that day, the sound of raindrops has been burned into my mind. Such an awful, heartrending sound, driving me to strip my life down to shadows. And yet, no matter what else I abandon, nothing will make the sound of the rain stop. Sawa stared at a postcard that was nestled into the final page of the photo album. He'd purchased it 2 years earlier while on a trip with Maria to the Middle East. Middle East defined. Originally used to indicate Iran, Afghanistan, and the region surrounding them, in modern times the term refers to part of southwestern Asia, excluding India and Afghanistan, and a section of northeastern Africa along the Mediterranean coast. However, in Japan, as well as the US, the term Middle East is often understood to refer specifically to those parts of the region with a strong Islamic influence. He'd mentioned that he was being sent there on business, and Maria had just blurted out, "I want to go with you." She'd recently developed an interest in the Middle East conflict, and apparently she had been yearning to see the area firsthand. Middle East conflict defined. The ongoing friction in the Palestine region between the Jewish people who founded the nation of Israel and the Arabs who had been living there previously. The religious and historical context of this cultural clash is well beyond the scope of what can be elucidated here. His daughter's newfound curiosity had taken him aback. She'd always tended to be quiet and self-contained. Clumsy conversations aboard the airplane, the meals eaten together in awkward silence. It all felt like such a distant memory to Osawa now. "Ma'am, I'm afraid I can't let you do that," he heard Kajiwara's voice outside the door. "Why ever not? I'm just going out for a bit." The detective was arguing with Ai. Great. "And just who was it who told me I should try to go about my life as normal, Osawa's wife sneered. "Ma'am, please, How would you feel about being told to just sit around and wait?" Ai's angry shriek jerked Osawa to his feet. He hurried from the study to try to calm her down. Ma'am, please wait." But by the time Osawa had made his way downstairs, his wife had already stormed outside, despite Kajiwara's attempts to stop her. So it doubted anything he could have said would have stopped Ai from leaving. Trying to physically keep her from going out would only have made for an even worse uproar. He was glad that at least it hadn't come to that. He was turning to head back to the study when Kajiwara caught his eye. "Would you like a banana?" he says. No. Resigned, he headed down the stairs and bowed to the detective. "Any idea where she's going?" Kajiwara asked. Oh, this is a great picture. This is actually really well composed. I mean, at a time like this. Osawa shook his head. "I wouldn't know. I didn't think so. You know, your wife really is something else." Osawa arched an eyebrow. "That's one way to describe her. A rather rude way, as a matter of fact. Oh, no offense intended. It's just that ever since the case started, you've both been holed up in your own respective rooms." The more Kajiwara spoke, the more irritated Osawa became. "What's your point?" he demanded. "I just mean, you haven't been having any, marital discourse." Kajiwara! Marital discourse defined. According to one survey, in roughly 6% of households, discourse between spouses is largely non-existent. Various reasons for this were offered by the couples in question. Many claimed that they were too tired to have the energy to talk, or stated, "We wind up fighting when we talk," or "We have nothing to talk about." Okay, they really mean discourse. "Mind your own business," Osawa snapped. Kajiwara dipped his head deferentially. "The two of us not talking isn't a new thing, anyhow," Osawa added. "I have a policy of not having pointless conversations." Policy of not having pointless conversations defined. It is quite common for Kenju Osawa to make it through an entire day without having a single conversation. On many days, he opens his mouth only to eat or brush his teeth. His current record is a streak of 14 consecutive days during which he didn't talk to anyone. Lord, Hitomi and Maria grew up in a shitty place. Didn't look as though Kajiwara quite understood. Microorganisms, such as viruses, don't have conversations. And yet still they continually propagate in order to survive. Thinking about viruses, Osawa was back in familiar territory. He felt a surge of confidence. Once you have a clear purpose, conversation is unnecessary. Do you have a clear purpose for the relationship with your wife, Mr. Osawa? Of course I do. To be a family. Arms crossed, Kajiwara struck a thoughtful pose. At least I've learned one useful thing today, Mr. Osawa. Namely, that you don't like to have pointless conversations. It's a good thing to know. Kajiwara uncrossed his arms for a moment, and crossed them right back again, furrowing his brow. But see, that's funny. You seem to have a tendency to have pointless conversations with me, and because you keep coming to talk to me, Osawa saw red. You don't leave me much of a choice. Tanaka poked his head out of the living room. Is something the matter? He asked. No. Osawa struggled to regain his calm. Perfect timing, actually. There's something I need to talk to you about. He turned back to Kajiwara. My apologies, detective, but would you mind giving us some privacy? Kajiwara didn't move. Detective? Osawa gave the policeman a hard look and saw him crack a smile. Yes? What is it? Kajiwara said at last. Don't you play dumb with me. Give us some privacy. Is this a discussion I shouldn't overhear? Actually, yes. It's work-related. There are business matters I'd prefer to keep confidential. Ah, I see. Reluctantly getting to his feet, Kajiwara slipped away into the living room. Tanaka, Osawa began. About those emails. He stopped abruptly. Kajiwara had reappeared at the living room door, staring right at them. What are you doing? Osawa demanded. Oh, should I not be watching? Osawa felt like he was about to burst a blood vessel. I mean, you never told me that I couldn't watch. Because it should be obvious. The detective made a scolded puppy face, then closed the living room door. Osawa let out a heavy sigh. He'd never been an extrovert, but he didn't recall human interaction being quite this draining. Anyway, sir, Tanaka prompted. You were saying? Yes. About those emails. Something doesn't make sense. I don't understand how Mr. Makino was able to get the antiviral agent to anyone on the outside. Sharing an Okushi Pharmaceuticals drug with external sources while it was still under development required the approval of an executive committee that included Osawa himself. There should have been no way the antiviral could be sent out without his knowledge. Tanaka hesitated a few moments before responding. Are you aware of the strife between the company president and the chairman? Osawa shook his head. He was a researcher through and through. Factional rivalries held no interest for him whatsoever. Makino effectively leads the chairman's team, and the antiviral agent is their pet project. Despite being the executive officer in charge of the project, however, Makino still needs the president's approval to... You know what? Forget about that right now. What do we do about security? In theory, it was physically impossible to get the antiviral out of the lab without detection. Entry to the biohazard laboratory where it was kept required fingerprint authentication from both Osawa and Tanaka. Fingerprint authentication, defined. Technology that allows an individual's identity to be verified by scanning the fingerprints. It is one element of biometrics, the measurement of physical characteristics to identify individuals. There are even devices that can identify people by checking the veins in the palms of their hands or the irises of their eyes. Without the two of them there, nobody could even get into the storage facility. Storage facility, defined. Because a dangerous virus is also stored there, the lab where the antiviral is kept is protected by an ID checkpoint, as well as a sophisticated 3-tiered log system that requires fingerprint authentication. Multiple security guards are also posted outside the laboratory entrance 24 hours a day, making it all but impossible for an unauthorized person to get into the secured storage area. Tanaka followed his drift. Ah, yes. I see what you mean. He inclined his head in thought as Osawa continued. Could someone have overwritten the fingerprint authentication program? Maybe whoever was behind the secret trials had reprogrammed the entry criteria while Osawa was overseas. That would allow them to gain access to the storage facility without Osawa being there. But that would only be possible if they had Tanaka's cooperation. Tanaka's eyes widened when Osawa shared his conjecture. Sir, he asked, you don't think I was part of this, do you? Of course not. I was merely suggesting the possibility. The possibility is zero, Tanaka said. Making any changes to the system requires consent from the board, including your own personal approval, sir. Yes, you're right, of course. Certainly didn't mean to imply anything. Osawa winced apologetically. The living room door opened with a soft creak. It was Kajiwara, and he looked stiff and pale. Something terrible has happened, he said. Visions of tragedy flooded Osawa's mind. Maria, is she? Kajiwara shook his head. No, it's not that. What is it then? Osawa asked, his voice trembling. Sir, I need you to stay calm. Osawa swallowed the lump in his throat. You see, the toilet's clogged. Plunger in hand. Plunger defined. A cleaning utility implement consisting of a soft, hemispherical rubber suction cup attached to the end of a dowel. By pressing the cup over the opening of a drain that has been clogged, one can apply suction pressure to jostle the blockage free. It makes a variety of sounds when used, such as glub, glork, schluck, schlorp, schloop, and pop. Osawa stabbed vigorously at the recalcitrant toilet bowl, struggling to loosen the unseen blockage. Kajiwara was at his side, wiping up the floor with a rag. How did this even happen? The detective groaned. Are you kidding? I was hoping you could tell me that. The plunger sucked and schlorped at the porcelain basin. This was a first for Osawa. He'd never tried to unclog a toilet before in his life. Think of it as a blessing in disguise, Mr. Osawa. What the hell are you talking about? What about this constitutes a blessing? I just meant that at least this happened before you needed to, do your business. Without the slightest hint of guile on his face, Kajiwara picked up his bucket and headed for the sink back in the washing area. Grumbling to himself, Osawa pumped the plunger over and over again. This was almost funny. Almost ridiculous. His daughter had been kidnapped, and he was stuck unclogging a toilet. He was quite possibly caught up in a major corporate conspiracy. Here he was, unclogging a toilet. Tanaka poked his head into the bathroom. Did you fix it yet? If you need to urinate, then use the restroom on the second floor. That's all right. Here's fine. Tanaka stepped in beside him and abruptly shut this bathroom door. Now the two men were crammed together in the narrow lavatory. Hey, Osawa hissed. What the hell are you doing? Tanaka made eye contact with Osawa via the mirror. He spoke in a hushed voice. I've been waiting for a moment I could get you alone. What? Tanaka sidled around to face him, giving him an intense stare. Sir, could you please be quiet for a moment? Tanaka had tears in the corner of his eyes. This will only take a moment. So I could feel the warm breath of his deputy whispering against his cheek. Tanaka reached for something inside his coat. All right. Do as you wish. Osawa closed his eyes. Are you sure you're ready for this? I'm not sure. This is all happening pretty fast. To be honest, I'm rather nervous. I would think this is a great and hilarious double entendre if I weren't so worried that this man is about to kill me. I understand, sir. I mean, now that I think of it, we do spend day in and day out in that lab together. I suppose this was bound to happen sooner or later. Because Osawa trusts him so much that he thinks that's what's happening. Sir, could you please open your eyes? I'd like you to look at this. You'll have to forgive me. This is all a bit sudden. Please, sir, take a look. No, I can't. It's just the two of us. It's probably going to shock you, I know, but please, just look. Is it really that shocking? Oh yes, very. No, please, open your eyes. Okay? No, I can't. Sir, trust me. This isn't easy for me either. Alright. Son of a bitch. It is not Yaoi. Bracing himself, Osawa opened his eyes. Tanaka thrust out his cell phone. Here, take a look at this. Huh? Osawa blinked bewildered, then refocused on the phone. He could never have anticipated what he saw on the LCD screen. Keep out. So we did fix the cockroach landing on Achi. So we're gonna go here. Okay. Boopy, there's no treats. I'm sorry, buddy. No treats. You've had plenty. You've had so many. You've had so many. Good. You've had so many. Nerd. We're gonna go through the weirdly romantic recycling talk. And my kitty is going to once again appear thinking, I will get a treat, won't I? Come here. No? Come here. You can't just sit there and mess up my stream and then not even come over here. Punk. Okay, she didn't pass out from the cockroach, so... Sneaking out from the alley, Achi and Hitomi began to make their way along the side streets back toward Dogenzaka. Oh, here he comes! It was a pretty big detour compared to taking the main thoroughfares, but that would be worth it if it meant they avoided the man with the cane. Achi looked over at Hitomi as she walked alongside him. Her face was solemn. He could feel the intensity of her worry for her sister. Ooh, well. Look who's got himself a little cutie. The sudden call startled him. He spun around. Yo, mean clean, over here. Achi spotted a young man up ahead, sneering at him. At his side were two others. Achi recognized the lot. SOS. Hitomi let out a nervous squeak. Achi? Don't worry about them. He led her onward, attempting to stride right past the trio. Whoa, hey now. You just gonna ignore me? That's pretty damn rude, especially coming from someone who used to be an old buddy. The three toughs moved to bar Achi's path. Ooh, she is hella fine. Come on, ain't you gonna introduce us? Hella fine, defined. Extremely attractive, The etymology of Hela is somewhat unclear, but its meaning is undisputed. Very, a lot of, totally, and the like. Potential synonyms for hella fine include mighty fine, fine as hell, and bangin'. Sorry, man, Achi said. I'm in a bit of a hurry here. He gave them a tepid smile. A big hurry, huh? Where to? Some love hotel in Mariamacho? Too rich, another chimed in. She a screamer, Achi. Achi. We're gonna define that. Take a stereotypical way to poke fun at a would-be amorous couple. Now take Achi's name. There you go. They burst out howling like a gang of monkeys. One of them cackled like a grinning idiot. Achi, Achi. Achi. Achi felt his anger boil. There is too much at stake. He was just going to have to suck it up and ignore them for the time being. Gritting his teeth, he tried to slip past them, but the largest of the three grabbed him by the collar. You ran out, man. Suzumu is the one who runs this town now. You got no right to keep acting like you're the boss of us. He shoved Achi up against the wall. Says who? Achi asked. Susumu? Say what now? Did Susumu say I've got no right to act like the boss? Bitch, please. Susumu ain't got time to worry about your sorry ass. Is that so? Achi's fist flashed out, catching the man clean on the jaw. He dropped to the ground with a dull thud. So, tell Susumu this. Everyone in Shibuya needs to just play nice. And have fun. Achi kept his tone light and jovial, but he eyed the two other toughs like a hawk eyeing its prey. Is he going to be alright? Hitomi murmured. She looked at the man Achi had laid out with some concern. He'll be fine. If that's all it took to knock him out, he's got no right to act all badass. Achi, huh? I don't believe I've had the pleasure. A taller man with an angry gleam in his eye had appeared atop the steps nearby. He must have turned up during the commotion. Hello. He radiated a distinct aura of menace. That's me, Achi replied, and just who are you? For once, it was someone he didn't recognize. The name's Yoji Kiri. Defined. Used to roll with a gang from Ikebukuro until a few months ago. Known as the killer whale of Bukuro, he answered any and all resistance with his fists. His crazy antics led him to being kicked out of the gang. However, and lately he's been hanging around Shibuya. I joined up with SOS after you left. Now I'm Susumu's number 2 guy. Newcomer stared at Achi's face, sizing him up. Our legendary founder. I've heard so much about you. The founder. It had been a long time since anyone had called him that. There'd been a bunch of arguing over who would take charge of the new group that was forming to set things straight in Shibuya. At some point, folks had started hailing him as the force behind SOS. But founder, that was just something his buddies called him. He had never paid it much heed. Shibuya was a place for fun, not hierarchies. At least in Achi's mind, that was how it ought to be. Like how you busted up some mean old drug dealers, rescued your pals from Yakuza bondage. Here, bondage is used strictly in the sense of captivity. Any other types of Yakuza bondage would not be featured in this game. Sorry if the tip link here got your hopes up. You're a real hero. Kiryu's tongue flicked out from his mouth like a snake's. Oh, this is the guy who'd go, Hotendara! Hitori shuddered. Achi couldn't blame her for being creeped out. But that's all in the past now, isn't it? Kiryu continued. You went modestly on your own way. It's up to us now. We've helped SOS grow by leaps and bounds to help carry on your legacy, no matter who stands in our way. That thought didn't sit right with Achi. Aggressive expansion was the name of the game. The gang was losing touch with its roots. It wasn't about keeping Shibuya safe and fun anymore. Make us bigger, huh? He said. I'm guessing that was Susumu's call as well. Kiryu didn't answer his question. Kiryu does actually mean tiger. His mouth merely twisted into a knowing sneer. In any event, I think these boys here need a little lesson in manners. The guillotine ought to do the trick. The guillotine, defined. A capital punishment device invented in 18th century France. The condemned is executed by decapitation by means of a heavy blade that descends from above, named for physician Joseph Ignace Guillotine, who advocated its use to the National Assembly. Both King Louis XVI and Marie Antoinette were executed by guillotine. The other gang members started an alarm. Whoa, hey, just calm down, man. Please, anything but the guillotine. Kiryu pointedly ignored their pleas. Oh, hey, what's the guillotine? Hachi asked. Kiryu smirked. The guillotine is the guillotine. With me, worms. At a glance back, Kiryu strode away. His two underlings followed him unhappily. She wondered what lay in store for them. But right now, he had more important things to worry about. Come on, let's go. He took Hitomi by the hand. They were back on their way. Oh, Hitomi perked up. That's me. She reached into her pocket and took out her cell phone. Huh? She stared at the screen with consternation. What is it? She asked. It's an email from Mr. Tanaka. Who's Mr. Tanaka? He works with my father. I'm not sure what I should do. Achi remembered that the criminal had warned her against contacting her family or the police. She seemed reluctant to even open this message. I'm sure it's fine to just read an email, he said. And besides, he's not the police, and he's not your family. Yeah, you're right. Hitomi scanned the message anxiously. It sounds like he's worried about me, she said. Then does he know about the kidnapping? Yes, I know my father trusts him. And he's always been so... Hitomi cut herself short. Still, it was clear that to Achi that she and this Tanaka person had some sort of close relationship. I wonder if it's safe for me to let him know what the situation is. I think it should be, Achi told her. I mean, the kidnappers aren't going to know you sent an email, right? Hitomi began typing out a response. Achi watched over her, wild speculations running through his mind. There was no way a mild-mannered young lady like her could be dating one of her father's co-workers, was there? Looks like we have a jump here. Heading on over to Osawa. Here, take a look at this. Huh? Osawa could never have anticipated what he saw on the LCD screen. It certainly wasn't his friend's dick. It was an email from Hitomi. Stifling an exclamation, he scanned the contents of the message. There's a man following me. He has a gun, and I think he's trying to kill me. I'm safe for the moment, so try not to worry. The kidnapper warned me, told me not to contact my family or the police. Please keep this email a secret. But didn't Hitomi give the kidnapper the ransom? Osawa said. What could anyone want with her now? Tanaka shook his head, uncertain. He wouldn't know any better than I would, I suppose. The police know about this? And if so, why haven't they said anything? Felt himself start to tremble as he searched for answers in Tanaka's silent gaze. Do you think this could be related to that other thing? I doubt it. If it were, why would they go after Hitomi? Hi, Hildy, says Simple. I almost put Hilde. Hello, how are you today, Simple? I suppose you're right, but... Osawa was shaking outright now. Tanaka laid a hand on his shoulder. First, just calm down. Let's think about what we know about the kidnapper. His composure helped Osawa keep himself under control. They've taken Maria, the vice director continued quietly, along with a ransom of 50 million yen. And now they're after Hitomi. His gaze sharpened. Sir, do you think this could be someone who holds a personal grudge against you? A grudge? Hi, Theo. Osawa considered. How are you today? Tell me about your days, y'all. He couldn't think of anyone who would have a reason to attack him. He'd been too caught up in virus research since his time in school to have formed any hostile rivalries. He didn't have any enemies that he knew
Now
of.
displaying a message for YouTube.
You being bored as fuck? That's fair. I'm gonna put you to sleep, but it'll be nice. My voice will be soothing. Simple. I forgot I had therapy today, but thankfully I made it to my appointment on time. Oh, great! But was it a good session? Do you feel refreshed? Maybe someone's jealous that I became head of a laboratory, he suggested doubtfully. Okay, good. I'm really glad then. Sometimes, I mean, therapy can be bad and it can be good, right? So every once in a while, well, it can be bad but good for you, so you just feel so drained. I'm glad that today it didn't necessarily take you out. He had held his position for years at this point. Why would that spur someone into kidnapping his daughter now? Has anything happened recently? Tanaka asked. Anything strange since you got back from overseas? Since I got back? Osawa's heart skipped a beat, then started pumping faster. The first thing that came to mind was the solicitation he'd gotten from the American laboratory. If he accepted the offer, it would put Okushi Pharmaceutical in quite a bind, possibly enough to warrant someone holding a grudge over it. But the only other person who knew about the potential transfer right now was his wife, Ai. No, Osawa said. Nothing. Not that I can think of. He couldn't bring himself to discuss the transfer with Tanaka. He felt a surge of guilt for contemplating leaving his trusted assistant behind. If he did make the move to America, he planned to recommend that Tanaka replace him as department director. Still, he didn't expect that to make up for his abandonment. All right, see what information I can find then, Tanaka said. The kidnapper had forbidden any contact with either family or the police. Tanaka was outside of that circle, and he knew how to handle himself with discretion. I'm sorry to have put this on you, Osawa said. And thank you. For now, let's see if we can get Hitomi to exchange some more emails. An uncomfortable thought suddenly occurred to Osawa. He blurted out without thinking, Why do you have my daughter's contact information on your phone? Tanaka gave him a worried look. Sir, I promise I can explain once all this is over. That, he stepped out of the bathroom. Are you dating Hitomi? She's like 19, dude, and you're like 30. Something in the tone of his final words left Osawa to wonder. Could it be that Tanaka and Hitomi were dating? Yeah, what? He hoped dearly for that not to be the case. Their age difference alone made the idea a disturbing one, let alone so many other— Yes! Age difference defined. Mamoru Tanaka is 40! He's 40! He's 40 years old. Hitomi is 19. This makes him just over twice her age. This does not age gap discourse time, says Theo. We had marital discourse earlier. Oh my god, camera. Camera's like not... I used it to show Boopy being a cutie at the beginning of the stream. And then it's since been like, I don't want to look at you. I want to look at the ceiling. This does not necessarily mean, however, that they could not date or fall for each other. Many couples with such an age difference between them wind up in a happy, committed relationship. This is also true. However, that is enormous. Trying to put aside his paranoia, and you're still in high school in Japan at 19. Trying to put aside his paranoia, Osawa resumed his struggle with a clog in the toilet. Defined, clog in the toilet. Most toilet clogs are caused by a buildup of flushable paper products or by solid objects inadvertently dropped into the toilet bowl. But shockingly enough, on very rare occasions, they can be caused by someone taking a dump that happens to be that big that it gets stuck in the pipe. Apologies to anyone who might be eating right now. Oh goodness. Kajiwara reappeared, still toting the bucket. You seem to be having a lot of trouble there, sir. You made it sound like the whole mess was Osawa's fault. Of course I am. I've never had to do this before. Really? I think the research you do would be a lot more difficult than this. Fixing toilets can be far more trouble, I'd say. So it seemed... Kajiwara stood watching, as if Osawa's efforts made it an interesting show. I don't know the first thing about viruses, sir, but I don't find unclogging toilets to be that difficult. Oh yeah? Osawa snapped. Then how about you fix the damn thing? Kajiwara really was a world-class pro at pissing people off. Are you sure? You don't mind? The detective asked. Be my goddamn guest. Osawa shoved the plunger into Kajiwara's hand. Leaving the detective to handle the toilet, Osawa marched back to his study. He turned on the CD player and lay back on the sofa, squeezing his eyes shut. He was seriously on edge. Kajiwara had totally broken his stride. Oh my god, it's Kajiwara again, isn't it? What now? The door to the study slid slowly open. It's Detective Kajiwara, sir. It is. Please don't come in here without asking. My apologies, Mr. Osawa. I just wanted to inform you that the toilet has been fixed. Unrelated. Not safe from work can also stand for never safe from Waluigi. It can also stand for never... Not... I mean, I almost feel like in this game it should be never safe from Kajiwara.
Ma'am, someone has paid for your hydration.
Thanks, Theo. And Trixie? Ma'am, hydrate. Now. Right, fine. Osawa hardly cared. He just wanted this guy to give him a little peace. Oh my, is that really all you have to say, sir? Nary a compliment or encouraging word? Maybe a good job, Kajiwara. Or, you're getting a promotion, detective. Osawa blew out his breath in exasperation. How? How are you a detective? I'm not sure I get your meaning, sir. You are completely clueless. I'd like to ask your superiors to replace you with a detective who knows how to take his job seriously. Mr. Osawa, with all due respect. It's unusual for a precinct detective like me to be stationed here at a victim's home. What's your point? Not to brag, sir, but I happen to be an exceptional detective. Kajiwara beamed with pride. In fact, I made an excellent showing in the Superstar Detective contest we had on our police social media service. Defined social media service. So this... Oh, yes. Every pasta jar or, like, sauce jar we have... Like, we can't do it anymore because we have so many jars, but we just wash out and use as cups. This one, we actually, it's a set that comes with like a wooden lid and glass straw. I got it because I wanted cute glasses for stream, but then like, you know, I never use it. Social media service, an online platform whose primary feature is allowing people to connect with one another. The police-exclusive social media network that Kajiwara belongs to, Poxy. That's probably Poxy. Is very strictly regulated, with any abusive language, slander, sexual content, or lame jokes deleted almost immediately. I feel like that means Kajiwara would never have a post last. For a moment, Osawa thought the bolt of incredulous anger that shot through him was the onset of a stroke. How could a single person be so utterly infuriating? And you can't tell anyone about this, Kajiwara went on obliviously, but this summer, a new detective manga is starting up based on me. Detective manga, defined. Planned for serialization in the MPD's monthly PR magazine. The chapter titles have already been decided. Chapter 1, The Fabled Detective Kaji. Chapter 2, Kaji Howls at the Sun. Chapter 3, Kaji Rides the Rails. Chapter 4, Kaji at Daybreak. Chapter 5, Detective Kajak. Chapter 6, Kaji, Queen of the Street. Chapter 7, Look out, Kaji. Chapter 8, Kaji on the Edge. Chapter 9, Dance, Kaji, Dance. Chapter 10, Space Detective Kaji. And so forth and so on. Osawa spat out a peal of feigned laughter. A manga? I can tell you all about the plot, sir. Would you like to hear about it? I would not. It's about a telecommuting detective who solves major crimes using just his wits and his computer. Surely you'd like to hear about that, sir? I really wouldn't. I know I may not look it, but I'm pretty handy with computers. Kajiwara's eyes drifted over to Osawa's desktop. His hand darted to the mouse. In a matter of moments, he cleared the screensaver and booted up a web browser. Hey, Osawa barked. Don't touch that. But he was too late to stop the detective. The monitor showed the page for AyaNet, a fan page devoted to Aya Kamiki. Osawa's imminent rage stroke was beginning to make his vision grow fuzzy. You come to this site regularly, sir? Regularly? Well, I'm not sure I'd, Sawa trailed off, feeling the heat of a blush flare on his cheeks. There's a lot of stuff on this site. Is there a section you primarily spend time on? Well, I mean, for my part, I really only go to the fan forums for folks 40 and over. Aha! With a twinkle of curiosity in his eyes, Kajiwara appeared at the computer screen. Having his privacy invaded to this degree was the ultimate disgrace. All right, Sawa huffed. You're an amazing detective, Kajiwara. Just incredible. I see you in a new light now. Now would you please? Just please leave me the hell alone. He got up to leave the study. He got up. Sir, hold on. There's something I wanted to give you. It's a banana. It's gotta be a banana. Kajiwara reached into his pocket. I don't need a damn banana. Osawa fled the room. He needed to be alone, if only for a few moments. But even if he could somehow shake Kajiwara, the other detectives had eyes all over his house. He had reached the limits of his patience. He couldn't even think straight anymore. He headed for the back door. You just left Kajiwara with your computer. Headed for the back door, trying to avoid the police. Opening the door quietly, he slipped across the yard and out through the back fence. He didn't want to venture too far from the house. He found a tiny alley and took cover there, thankful for a few moments to himself at last. While there, he caught sight of a man and a young girl, a father and his daughter, running past on the main road. Looked as if they were running from something. The man glanced anxiously back over his shoulder, dragging his daughter by the hand. Sawa watched absently as the pair rounded a corner and disappeared from sight. Not long after, a pair of thuggish-looking men came running along, heading in the same direction. You there, one of them called out. You see a guy and his daughter around here? Guy and his daughter. Defined. Teruo Toyama and his daughter Hana. They've come to Shoto while running from loan sharks. Just moments ago, Toyama was talking on the phone with Minorikawa. Oh, we gotta jump there. But we're gonna pause. They should have come by this way. There was a hint of menace in his voice. Sawa feigned ignorance. Don't think so. No. Come on, Yutaro. Let's go, said the older man. Aye, replied the other. The localization is fucking beautiful. Aight? It's gorgeous. The two dashed off in the direction the father and daughter had gone. Osawa took several long, deep breaths. He managed to calm down slightly, but the worry gnawing away inside him still lingered. Osawa groaned inwardly when he got back to his study. You're still here? Yes, sir. I was told to keep my eyes on you, after all. Believe me, it shows. Mr. Osawa, you're going to go outside. I'd appreciate it if you let me know first. What? Had Kajiwara realized he snuck out of the house? But more importantly, Kajiwara reached back into his suit pocket. I've been meaning to give this to you. He held out a small plastic bag. Inside was a scrap of paper of some sort. What's that? Osawa asked. This is what was clogging the toilet, sir. Some hesitation, Osawa took hold of the bag. Huh? That's... The passenger name here is listed as Kenji Osawa. In the plastic bag was a plane ticket, specifically the one for his upcoming flight to the U.S. the following week. He left it out on his desk, but it wound up getting flushed down the toilet. This looks like it's pretty important, sir, Kajiwara said. I must say, it was pretty careless of you to accidentally flush it. A wry sort of smile came to his face. Kajiwara, get the fuck out of here. Although, the detective added, I suppose the question of who flushed it is another matter entirely. Osawa was at a loss for words. Someone had tried to flush his plane ticket on purpose. He was sure of it. He knocked on the door to Ai's room, but there was no response. Remember, she bailed out earlier. Didn't look like she'd gotten back home yet. Osawa let himself in. Oh no! The stinging scent of her perfume pervaded the room, which was decorated all in white. Clothes were strewn about, as if to put her slovenliness on display. She'd been like this ever since they'd gotten married, and Osawa had long since stopped caring. It must have been I who tried to flush the ticket. He knew she didn't want him going to America, but still. Couldn't she have found a better way to get rid of it? Thanks to her, he'd been stuck hunched over the damn toilet, fighting with the plunger. Osawa sat down on the bed amidst the brand-name clothing. Then he spotted something odd down by his feet. It was a gold cigarette lighter. Just when had I picked up smoking, Osawa picked up the lighter and set it on the shelf next to the bed. He started out of the room, but then he noticed a scrapbook on the bookshelf. The rest of the shelf was filled with fashion magazines, so the scrapbook definitely drew his eye. Curious, he took it down and opened it. Suddenly, Kajiwara came barging into the room. "Mr. Osawa!" he cried out. "It's your wife. She's gone completely hysterical." "She's what?" "Please, follow me!" Kajiwara led Osawa to the cafe where Aya had gone. The instant he opened the door, Osawa's ears were assaulted by a veritable whirlwind of verbal fury. "What the hell are you doing? Hurry up and arrest this man!" The grating, histrionic voice was none other than Ai's. "Ma'am, please," begged the officer she was verbally assaulting. "I just need you to come with me for a while so I can ask you a few questions about the situation." The officer looked nearly on the verge of tears. "A strange man, not to be outdone by..." "No, Minorikawa, no!" The strange man, not to be outdone by Ai's shouting, added his own voice to the chorus. "Hurry up and find that listening device. She's got one on her. I'm sure of it." "Oh, shut up. Please. Please shut up." He'd only just stepped in through the door, and already Osawa wanted to run away. The cafe was almost deserted. Probably the rest of the clientele had been driven off. What few customers remained were rooted to their seats, apparently afraid of getting caught up in the mayhem themselves. "How dare you call yourself a police officer?" I harped. "This is dereliction of duty is what it is. Ma'am, please." The officer was in tears now. "To think that good taxpayer money pays your salary." "Ma'am, please." "Recording a conversation without consent is a pretty serious crime," the other man railed. "Not cracking down on that, that's dereliction of duty. Sir, please." "You know what? Fine. I'll find the bug myself." "Sir, please," the policeman exclaimed again as the man advanced towards I, holding out some kind of electronic device. I recoiled. "Stop that at once. Don't you dare touch my belongings." "Aha, so you do have something to hide." All right. Kajiwara interposed himself between I and the strange man. "Oh, not you," I groaned. "Why don't you mind your own business and get the hell out of here?" "Yeah," the man agreed. "Mind your own business." "Oh, don't you mind me," Kajiwara replied. "Ma'am, your husband is here." He gestured at Osawa, who was trying his hardest to become the wall. Osawa hadn't expected to be put on the spot. He stood frozen, speechless. "Now what?" I snarled. "What do you want?" Nothing in particular. Osawa began to back away on reflex, but I closed in on him. "That's how it always is with you," she shrieked. "You never care one whit what I do you? And you know what? That's fine. But it wouldn't kill you to show a little concern when I'm under attack like this." "You're her husband," the strange man demanded. "Look, someone's planted a bug on your wife. Could she be caught up in something? Something big? Tell me." Why are they all coming at me now?" "Sir, please," the officer, too, turned to Osawa. "We just want to hear your wife's side of the story. Now I'm afraid I'll have to ask all of you to accompany me back to the station." Osawa felt like he was standing in the eye of a hurricane that was whirling faster and faster. "Are you even listening? Hey, you hearing us all right, man? Everybody, please!" Osawa simply stood, paralyzed, and stared as the storm of fury raged on and on. But no matter how hard he wished for some escape, the storm showed no signs of passing him by. "I want to go home. I never should have come here. Why did any of this have to happen?" Bad end. I goes overboard. Osawa walked into the middle of an argument between his wife and some weirdo at the cafe. The fight kept escalating until everyone involved got an invite down to the police station. It's doubtful that anything Osawa could have said would have stopped Ai from leaving the house in a huff. So maybe the guy she's arguing with needs to change what he does. Yep. We're gonna jump over to we're gonna go to Minorikawa and see if we can get him out of this scenario. That's no good. Okay. Yeah, this is where we make a choice here. So we'll go here. And Minorikawa needs to bother Shizuo so that his path changes. He should move to another seat where he could take a look. Gathering up his laptop, Minorikawa switched to a different table. I don't care if I'm making a scene, the older man was saying. I'm not leaving until I see you cut ties with that boy. Do you understand? I understand that you're never happy unless you get your way. You're acting like a spoiled child. Don't you talk back to me. You don't understand your own situation. You're letting your emotions cloud your judgment without putting any thought into your future. No, Dad. You're the one who doesn't understand. The father-daughter argument was getting more and more heated. Dad was clearly furious. Minorikawa shifted closer, curious to see what might happen next. Then he saw the daughter's face and gasped out loud. Oh, hey, I know you. You're on TV, right? The father scowled up at him. You must be mistaken, he said gruffly. No, I'm sure of it, Minorikawa said. God, what show am I thinking of? The young woman seemed disconcerted by his enthusiasm. Who was she? He called it to a waitress who was passing by. Hey, miss. Do you know this gal? She's an actress, right? It's right on the tip of my tongue. The waitress ignored him, but Minorikawa was undeterred. I know this! Weren't you in one of those TV dramas or something? TV dramas, defined. Minorikawa is probably thinking of a series starring Masami Nagahama, possibly Operation Kokos, The Last Frenchman, Touched by a Tuna, or Sailor Moon Pies. Sailor Moon Pies. All of which received high viewer ratings. And are something. Sailor Moon Pies is the only important thing about that. Right, we're leaving, the father grumbled. He rose from his seat, radiating aggravation. Huh? The young woman said, but... Not waiting to hear her objection, he grabbed her by the hand and stormed out of the cafe. Hey, hold on! Minorikawa squawked. His plea fell on deaf ears. All he could do was watch him go, then shuffle back to his seat in disappointment. Damn it, what was her name? I should have asked her for her autograph. Mumbling under his breath, Minorikawa went back to typing. Beep. What's that? A strange beeping sound broke Minorikawa out of his writing reverie. On looking up in confusion, he found his attention drawn to a young woman at another table. And then one of these, and one of these. Oh, and this, and this, and this, and this, and that too. She finished with a broad grin. Let me just repeat your order back to you. 1 Japanese-style beef patty, 1 spicy fish roast spaghetti, 1 chicken casserole, 1 French onion soup, 1 fruit parfait, 1 chocolate parfait, and 1 deluxe chocolate parfait. Will that be all? The waitress anxiously awaited confirmation. Waitress, defined. Ryoko Kakinuma, a second-year student at Mirayama Academy's law school. She was hassled by a pair of hustlers on her way to work and showed up 5 minutes late for her shift. The manager told her that those 5 minutes were coming out of her pay, so she's a bit irritated right now. Achi was the one who helped her. You forgot the large caramel shake. The customer was a full-figured young woman, ensconced at a nearby table. Oh, my apologies. The waitress quickly jotted down the addition to the order. That'll do it for now, the young woman said. For now? Yikes. She's actually planning on ordering more after that? Marveling at this display of appetite, Minorikawa went back to typing. Instead of looking for the recycling car, Chiri just goes to eat. I love you, Chiri. Now what? He heard the strange beeping sound again, subtly different than the first time, and this time it was closer. Seriously, what the heck is that? I need to get to the bottom of this or I'll never be able to concentrate. And I, running this stream, will never stop losing my mind over a beeping in my ear. Just where the heck is that sound coming from? He searched his surroundings for a moment and quickly discovered that the noise was coming from his own bag. He pulled out one of the most important tools of his trade, a bug detector. Bug detector, defined. An instrument for finding listening devices. Since wireless listening devices emit radio signals, bug detectors are designed to use wide area receivers to reveal their presence. Using a detector to find something in this fashion is known as fox hunting. It was on, and it had picked up a signal. To a reporter, information was live. That made owning a bug detector a sensible precaution in his line of work. With the device in hand, Minorikawa casually scanned the area. Shit, I think I just got us back in the fight with I. Eventually, he zeroed in on the signal. Damn it! He stood up. Everyone, your attention please, he announced. Someone set up a listening device in here. Some cafe patrons turned their heads in disbelief. A woman wreathed in pungent perfume flashed him a disagreeable look. Oh, come on, that's ridiculous, she huffed. There's something fishy going on. The only thing fishy right now is you, the woman declared disdainfully. Why don't you get out of here and let everyone enjoy their meals? No, I smell a scoop. You what? You. What's your name? None of your business, that's what. Now hurry up and stop that awful noise. The other customers were starting to murmur loudly. There's a listening device here, folks, Minorikawa said. How can that not bother you? Do you know where it could be? Excuse me, the woman called out. Could someone please do something about this man? A waitress hurried over. Sir, please, you're bothering our customers. There's a listening device in here. That's what people should be bothered by right now. Feels like me going like, Theo, tired of cracking cold ones with the boys, so I just crack open a boy with the cold ones. Exactly. The waitress took a reflexive step backward at the words listening device. It was like, this is like me saying, why don't you care about the coming fascism? Why don't you care? You're the one who's intruding on everyone, the woman shouted. Honestly, could you please stop that racket? It's not me making the racket. It's the bug tracker. Just who the hell do you think you are? Police! Somebody call the police! Ma'am, please calm down, the waitress said. There are other customers here, and I'll come down once you get this disrespectful bore out of here. All I'm doing is sharing the truth. You can't kick me out for that. The waitress wavered, clearly intimidated by both of them. You've sure got a lot of nerve, the woman snapped at Minorikawa. Go play detective somewhere else. I'm not a detective. I'm a reporter. Really now? By far my least favorite profession. Oh, why is that? Did someone write a story about you, lady? Got skeletons in your closet? You shut your mouth! How dare you! Yeah, I smell a scoop here, all right, and the smell is coming from you. Oh, stop it with your scoop nonsense already! It's no use trying to hide things from me. You have no idea what you're talking about. Oh, yes, I do, lady! Go to hell! After you! Blah, 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 blah. As they shouted over each other, their words blurred together until there were barely words anymore. The onlookers could hear only indistinct, meaningless raving. Never have I ever thought I would be shouting blah 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 into a microphone. And still the yelling went on and on and on. Eventually, there came the sound of approaching sirens. But even when a police cruiser pulled up outside the cafe, the two didn't slow their bickering. Understood. I fucked up. I'm sorry. Sniffing for a scoop. Yeah, I know. Yeah, I know. We'll go finish up the fucking article. I know, I understand. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I caused chaos. Yeah, what's that? A beeping that I just have to deal with, because if I don't, otherwise I loses her goddamn mind. So does Minarikawa's always losing his mind. I losing her goddamn mind is the unique one. She finished with a broad grin. I love you, Cheery. I love you, Cheery. I love you, Cheery. You're the shit, Cheery. Cheery is the best. Team Cheery. Theo, sanity is relative, and all of our relatives are nuts. That's fair. That's fair. Now what? I guess for Minorikawa, his baseline is nuts. I love him. I really love all the characters. They're very consistent. Even if, you know, they're doing kind of the light novel, exaggerative bullshit here and there, it's still all in character. Oop, sorry. This time it was, seriously, what the heck is that? Well, never mind. I need to focus on finishing this article. Minorikawa immersed himself in his writing again. Before long, he stopped worrying about the curious sound. Cheery. Fucking love you. The plump young woman set about devouring all the food she'd ordered despite the strange look she was getting. Now that was an appetite to be reckoned with. It took her under 3 minutes to polish off the lot. Then, looking not the least bit sated, she picked up the menu right back up. Was she seriously going to order more? Minorikawa was starting to take an interest in this young lady. There might be a story here. He conjured up a series of headlights in his mind. Woman inhales 30,000 calories in 3 minutes. 30,000 calories, defined. This is the equivalent of 100 pieces of shortcake, 300 glasses of milk, or enough steak and rice to feed about 30 people. No, he needed something with more punch. Food for thought, an expose on obesity. No, that was no good. He wasn't writing for a fashion mag here. A gourmet day in Shibuya. That was it. He'd be able to whip something up if he went with the foodie angle. Minorikawa got up from his seat. That's pretty impressive, he said to the hungry diner. Do you always eat that much? The young woman glared back at him. Not always, she said. Suddenly tension filled the air. Oops, was that way too blunt of me? I mean, she is a young lady after all. Maybe I should change up my approach. Who the heck are you anyway? The woman asked. I'm a freelance writer. I was hoping I could do an interview with you real quick. You want to interview me? The suspicion was plain on her face. I do. I mean, girls all over the world worry about their diets, right? I hear that, yeah. So would you be willing to share your secret or your technique or whatever for how to eat without getting fat? What, me? Sure. I mean, look at the figure you're maintaining despite eating all this food. The young woman's expression brightened up. Oh, you noticed? There's actually a lot that goes into all this. Yeah? The basic thing, though, is to eat 10 meals a day. Minorikawa struggled to keep his jaw from dropping. 10 meals a day? She flashed him a chubby-cheeked grin. You don't know how diets work, do you? She chuckled. Eating only 1 or 2 meals a day, that's what'll make you fat. You gotta space your food out into smaller portions throughout the day. That's the fundamentals of dieting right there. Right, but what happened to the smaller portions part? Minorikawa had to bite his tongue. Ah, I see, he said. Any other dieting tips you could share? Well, for the basics, I'd say always drink protein instead of tea, yeah? Drink protein all day? Seriously? Once again, it took all of Minorikawa's willpower to keep his thoughts to himself. Cheery has the metabolism of the gods. Let's see, what else? Oh, there's this stuff called burning hammer too, but... She trailed off with a little wince. Wait, Minorikawa perked up. Did you say burning hammer? Oh, you know it? I've heard of it anyway, Minorikawa replied. He decided he was better off keeping his plans to head to the sales demo a secret. There's a sales demo later on if you're interested.
Now displaying a message for YouTube.
Thanks, Trixie. The woman said as if she were reading his thoughts. Though, full disclosure, I am working for them right now. She handed Minorikawa an advertising pamphlet. There was a more detailed map for the venue included. What a stroke of luck. Now he didn't need to rely on the crummy map of the project proposal anymore. He'd have no trouble finding the venue with the building's various floors all broken down for him. And actually, I gotta get back to work, the woman said. Sure, thank you so much for your time. I'm going to hang back and finish up my copy here. The woman left the cafe, and Minorikawa went back to his laptop. He'd gotten some new info on the Burning Hammer sales demo, but he'd also lost some more time. The surveillance camera piece still wasn't finished. It was going to be a near thing to get it done before the sales demo started. Yet, instead of returning to his writing, he got out his cell phone. What if Toyama had gotten another of his crazy ideas? He tried to hang himself again. The thought had Minorikawa too worried to work on his copy. The phone rang several times before someone picked up. Mr. Toyama, where are you right now? Minorikawa asked. Right now? I'm on the run. Somewhere near Shoto. Shoto. Define. An upscale residential district. Despite being smack dab in the middle of the city, it's a quiet neighborhood, rife with greenery. The residence of the former governor of Tokyo is here, built on a massive 2,200 square meter plot of land. There's a shady hotel district a short walk to the south, making for quite the juxtaposition. Toyama was speaking in an oddly hushed tone. Shoto. After you left the office, some guys came by to collect on my debts, so I made a run for it. Okay, so he wasn't dead, but the situation was still pretty bad. Look, we'll get you through this somehow, Minorikawa said, hoping it was true. Oh. Just keep your head down and stay out of trouble. Stay where you are now. Stay where I am? But what am I supposed to do? Toyama's voice dropped in and out. It sounded like he was moving quickly. Find some place to hide and just lay low for a while, Minorikawa told him. All right, Toyama said weakly. He hung up. Minorikawa let out a deep sigh, then turned back to his laptop. Keep out! Okay. Okay. So there's no clear direction from there. There wasn't really a jump. So I think we're gonna go to where that woman was. The suspicious woman. And we're gonna question her instead. What? The girl? Asked Kano. Yeah. Wanna go hit her up? Tsutoyama could only mean one thing, questioning her. Yeah, let's go see what she knows. Tsutoyama and Kano hurried over to the girl. Excuse me, miss. We'd like to ask you a few... Are you happy with your life? The young woman shouted. She thrust her notepad in Kano's face. Tell me this. Are you happy with your life right now? Huh? Looking at the notepad, Kano saw the same question written there in big, bold letters. The girl's eyes widened in surprise, as if she hadn't expected the two men to actually stop and listen. Right now, sir, she continued more quietly, are you happy? If so, if you could please take this survey about, about your life? Are you happy with it? The more she spoke, the more flustered she became. Sasayama stepped in. Is this Chiaki? The sound-only interviewer? Sasayama stepped in. Hey, I need to know, did you speak with that Western fellow just now? Huh? No, that isn't what I'm asking. Sir, are you happy with your life right now? Are you happy with your life? Right now? Kano got a sinking feeling in his stomach. This kid was looking for religious converts or something. You did speak with him, didn't you? Sasayama snapped. What did you tell him? The girl's rambling abruptly ceased. Her already ready face went even redder, and tears welled up in her eyes. Poor kid, Kano thought. She's just out here trying to get people to listen to her survey questions. There's no way she's part of this kidnapping plot. Look, miss, he said, for the time being, it would be a good idea for you to leave the area. Afraid I'm not at liberty to explain. The girl's only response was to start sobbing outright. I can't do this anymore. I want to go home. Kano and Sasayama exchanged awkward glances. I want to go home. I want to go home. Passers-by began shooting curious looks at the trio. Kano, you get back to work, Sasayama said. I'll escort this girl to the train station. He didn't quite manage to stifle the embarrassment in his voice. Right, Kano said. He hurried away, his eyes already searching for the suspect they'd been tailing. Okay. It didn't take long to find him. The man's black garb made him stand out in the crowd at the intersection. It occurred to Kano that all the criminals who'd handled the attaché case had been wearing the same black clothing. In fact, made the whole situation even weirder. Could they really be ignorant that they were being followed while they were all wearing the same eye-catching outfit? It was more like they were going out of their way to make sure the investigators spotted them. That still didn't provide any clues as to what they were after, though. The longer Kano kept tailing these guys, the less it all made sense. Was it really such a good idea to keep this up? Someone's life was in danger, and they were just letting the kidnappers carry out their plan, whatever it was. The very first page of the Dick Diary spelled things loud and clear. Okay, yeah. We're back to worry this part. Okay, we're just gonna hop to the time chart. Achi, maybe. Yeah, because he hasn't... We haven't gotten past 12:15. Hitomi began typing out a response. Achi watched over her, wild speculations running through his mind. There was no way a mild-mannered young lady like her could be dating one of her father's coworkers, was there? We're not gonna jump this time. Unless she was all about finding herself a sugar daddy? No, he was being ridiculous. Achi banished the thought from his mind. Besides, Hitomi's personal life wasn't the problem right now. The problem was that psycho with the cane and the gun. Is something wrong? Hitomi asked. She'd finished sending her email. Oh, no, nothing. Nothing at all. Achi did his best to look nonchalant. It was a good thing she couldn't read his mind. Ooh, we're back to Achi's energy music. They exited Center Gai and resumed their approach toward Dogenzaka by way of Mariamacho. Mariamacho, defined. There are many hotels in Mariamacho. These are not ordinary establishments, but rather the sort of hotel where two people who are so inclined might... A couple heading to this kind of place in the early afternoon would, without a doubt, be assumed to be bent on... You might be wondering whether an option for these two to get up to mischief will appear as a selection prompt. Well, don't get your hopes up. This isn't that kind of game. Another long detour to increase their odds of running into the gunman. They made an unlikely pair. Scruffy Achi, limbs lackadaisically swinging to hide his embarrassment, and brisk, purposeful Hitomi. Achi found himself watching her out of the corner of his eye. He could still feel her anxiety. He wished there was some way he could ease her fears. Hey, Hitomi, mind if I ask you something? Sure, go ahead. Okay, so I realize this might be kind of a weird question, but he put on a serious face. What does the eco and eco-friendly mean? Huh? I know it's about helping the earth and all, but I don't know what it really means, you know? Hitomi thought for a moment. I'm pretty sure it's short for the English word ecology. Yeah, because in Japan they actually say eco-friendly. Which is the science of examining the relationship between man and nature. Ecology, defined. A subset of biology that deals with the reciprocal relationship between organisms and their environment. Nowadays, the term can also refer to cultural and social effects on the global environment. The latter usage can be broad and imprecise, making the exact meaning somewhat difficult to define. Oh, right, science. Pleased with himself, Achi chattered on excitedly. A faint smile crept back onto Hitomi's face. Say, you ever hear about the clean river here in Shibuya? A clean river? In Shibuya? Really? Ask 100 youngsters outside of Shibuya Station the same question, and you'd probably get that same answer 100 times. Yeah, the Shibuya River. You know, that drainage channel we saw earlier. Wait, that's the clean river you're talking about? By no reasonable definition was the Shibuya River what anyone would call clean. That's the one! Achi grinned at her confusion. See, the river used to be clean a long time ago. I read about it in this old book called Science Strikes Back. Science Strikes Back, defined. A popular monthly magazine, abbreviated SSB. The series has been running for 29 years now, but the Strike Back appendix is still immensely popular with children. The woman who handles the home deliveries is known as the SSB lady, and children wait excitedly on the 25th of each month for her to make her rounds. I used to have that book, Hitomi chirped, her eyes wide with excitement. You're talking about that bit with the river that got turned into a song, right? The river that got turned into a song, defined. The famous 1912 song, Haru no Ogawa, The Spring Brook, with lyrics by Tatsuyuki Takano and music by Teiichi Okano. It is said that the song was inspired by the view of the upper course from the Shibuya River during Takano's childhood. In the modern day, there is a stone monument bearing the song's lyrics along the Oda-kyu line between Yoyogi Hachiman and Sangubashi. Yeah, that's the one. You read it too? I did! Achi felt a giddy rush at this unexpected connection they shared. Imagine if there was still a clean, beautiful river here in Shibuya. It would be the perfect place for taking a romantic stroll. Hitomi looked up at Achi. She seemed to share his joy in this idea. Wouldn't it be amazing, Achi said, if that dirty little channel could be clean like it used to be? It would! Maybe as amazing as the look on Hitomi's face right now, Achi thought. Hitomi, tell me some more ecology stuff. Hit me with whatever you've got. She seemed happy to oblige, and so as they walked along, Hitomi explained the bits of knowledge she'd picked up over the years. Achi was quiet, hanging on her every word. The return to Dolgenzaka became an impromptu environmentalism lecture. Hitomi continued until she exhausted her ready knowledge. I just don't get it, Achi grumbled when she paused at last. I mean, why is it a bad thing if the planet gets warmer? Wouldn't that make winter in places like Hokkaido way easier? No, you see, because if the whole planet gets warmer, it'll cause the whole ecosystem to collapse. Achi racked his brain. And the ecosystem is what again? Is that like a solar system? Images of the cosmos filled his imagination. No, not really, Hitomi said. So is it more like a sound system then? Not really. Oh, but anyway, you're saying the problem is with the, what was it again? Carbon, dioxide. Yeah, that stuff. I'm going to have to cut down on that. Sure. That settles it, Achi declared proudly. No more soda for me. Soda? Hitomi asked. Yeah, it's carbonated, right? Hitomi burst out laughing. What? I'm serious. You don't think I can do it? I'm sorry, Hitomi said, catching her breath. It's just... Her face froze, her mirth abruptly vanishing. Oh, no. Huh? Achi stared at her face in alarm. What is it? Oh, delightful. He turned his attention in the direction Hitomi was looking. The man with the cane was bearing down on them. Oh, come on! You have got to be kidding me! He grabbed Hitomi's hand and ran. This time, he headed for the main road, hoping to get lost in the crowd. Hitomi struggled to keep up. She was exhausted after all the earlier running. You can do it, he told her. The guy's got a cane. We can outrun him. The assassin was still hurrying after them. Once we get around the next corner, we'll be out on the main road. Yeah. Okay. She strained to get the words out. Bit by bit, her feet were slowing down. It was another 50 meters or so to the main road. Achi realized that they might get caught before they got there. Sorry, Hitomi, he explained, but I gotta do this. He scooped her up in his arms. I was like, yeah, just carry her, bro. Beep! By the time the squeak had escaped her mouth, Achi was already running full out. Achi, please put me down? Don't worry, you're super light. Achi glanced back and saw the assassin, now far behind, breaking off his pursuit. But just as they rounded the corner, he heard the man call out to him. Achi almost stopped on reflex. Hold on, did he just shout my name? How the heck does he know my name? Quaking with unease, Achi slipped into the crowd. Yeah. How the heck does he know his name? Achi, could you please let me down now? Meek voice pulled him from his panic. Her face. Huh? He looked down at the girl in his arms. People in the crowd all around them were watching and chuckling. I mean, I'm really happy you saved me and all. But being carried around like this is, Hitomi was blushing beet red, but Achi's expression had gone pale. Achi, wait! Had he really heard that right? That's what it had sounded like. He set Hitomi back on her feet, then used his shirt sleeve to wipe the sweat from his face. You okay? Hitomi asked. When we were running just now, did that guy say anything? Not that I heard, no. Had he just imagined it then? Maybe. Achi was sure he didn't recognize the man. There's something weird about that guy, though, Hitomi murmured. She furrowed her brow. No matter where we run, he keeps catching up to us. It's almost like he knows where we're going. She was right. Finding a particular pair of people at a place as big as Shibuya bordered on the impossible. And yet somehow the assassin had tracked them down several times. Oh shit, one of them has a tracker in them. Yeah, Achi said. It's like he's got some way of locating us or something. You gotta set an idea. That's it. What if they're doing the whole tracking thing, but like backwards? What? Hitomi's eyes widened. Okay, so you know how in police shows they always stick a tracking device in the bag with the ransom money? Like that, but backwards. Tracking device. Define. Okay, so backwards isn't the right way to describe this, but Achi doesn't realize that. He does seem to know what a tracking device is, at least. A radio transmitter that can be located by the signal it emits. The Japanese police sometimes refer to this as a beeper, not to be confused with the English slang term beeper, meaning a pager. Backwards. Yeah, like, instead of putting the tracker on the money, they put it on you. Hitomi frowned. I don't see how I could possibly have a tracker on me, she said. I mean, I'm just wearing my clothes from home. Oh, well, then, how is he doing it, then? The cameras! The cameras in Shibuya! Barely a moment passed from the moment he got the words out of his mouth. Once again, the man with the cane stepped out onto the road ahead of them. It really did seem as if he'd known exactly where they were going to be. How the hell is this happening? Achi groaned. He reached for Hitomi's waist, ready to pick her up again. It's okay. I can run by myself. Achi took her by the hand instead, and they raced into another alley. This guy just will not give up. At the far end of the alley, he could see a forklift parked beside a pile of cardboard boxes. Achi decided to... hop into the forklift and drive it at the goddamn assassin. This ends now. Achi leapt into the forklift and hit the ignition. The engine roared to life. He lowered the forks and stepped on the accelerator, picking up the pallet of cardboard boxes as he charged toward the man with the cane. Oh, it's all burning hammer! The tower of boxes struck the man with a thud. Achi kept accelerating, driving him back a good 10 meters or so. The gunman let out a low grunt at the impact. Achi then hit the brake, shifted back into reverse, and hit the gas again, backing up as fast as he could. The boxes crashed down in a heap, burying the assassin underneath. Several small bottles spilled out from the broken cardboard and shattered on the pavement. Hey, what the hell are you doing? A middle-aged man in a sanitation uniform had come running at the sound of the forklift. Sorry, man, gotta run, Achi exclaimed as he jumped from the vehicle. And don't forget to recycle that glass! He took Hitomi's hand and sprinted away down the alleyway. The sanitation worker glowered after him, then turned and gazed despondently at the jumbled pile of boxes and broken glass. I mean, hopefully we, broke his other leg or something. Their ragged breathing echoed through the maze of side streets. All that work just to wind up fleeing for their lives again. She ground his teeth in frustration. Ground his teeth, defined. There are two main types of teeth grinding. The subconscious act of gritting one's teeth together while asleep. Gritting one's teeth together as a response to anger or frustration. Here we have an example of two. At roughly the same time, Minoru Minorikawa is grinding his teeth while trying to keep to his schedule. Okay. We won't jump right now. Maybe. Or no, let's jump. Oh, we broke the keep out. That's good. Minorikawa took a look at his wristwatch and gritted his teeth. Wristwatch. Defined. By the way, what sort of impression do you have of this wristwatch? Just respond with whatever happens to come to mind. Ostentatious. Damn, is it that late already? He needed to head for the sales demo. The surveillance camera article wasn't done, but he'd just have to leave it where it was for now. As he was slipping his laptop back into his bag, his cell phone rang. He looked at the screen and saw Chiaki's name listed as the incoming caller. Was she done with her interviews? Hurriedly, he picked up. Chiaki, how's it going? Several wet sniffles came through the receiver. Hey, are you crying? It's no use. Chiaki's voice was, indeed, punctuated by sobs. People won't stop to talk, no matter how hard I try. Oh, come on. This again. Really? I can't do it. Don't worry about paying me, but just please let me go home. Minorikawa was already operating on a too tight schedule. He didn't have time to worry about Chiaki on top of it all. Look, just slow down and take a breath. Try and keep at it a little longer. He should have seen this coming when he first called her. Her shyness was practically pathological. But if he cut her loose now, all this frustration would be for nothing. It's the sunken cost fallacy, Minorikawa. Don't do it. But I can't do it, Chiaki whined again. Please, just forget you ever called me. She hung up before Minorikawa could get another word in. He tried calling her back, but she didn't pick up. Damn it, Chiaki! Don't you dare bail on me! Leaving money for his coffee on the table, Minorikawa jumped up and bolted from the cafe. The plaza outside Shibuya Station was as crowded as ever. Minorikawa looked around, but there was no sign of Chiaki. She bailed. Minorikawa dropped to his knees in despair. Well, he's not on his knees, but it's fair. His last hope had up and left. There was no one else he could even ask. Damn it! All right then. Fine! I'll do it myself! He dragged himself back to his feet. All right, listen up! He shouted at the passing crowd. I'm doing street interviews here, starting now! You guys, shut up and help me! I mean, don't shut up, but help me! Oh. Oh no. We got the suicide end. Okay. So I think we need to go back to Kano and keep Chiaki from having a mental breakdown. Okay, what, the girl asked Kano? Yeah. Wanna go hit her up? Susuyama could only mean one thing, questioning her. Nah. She can't be involved with this, can she? Susuyama flashed him a skeptical look. Don't let your preconceptions get the better of you. Could get you killed. I know that. But still, she doesn't come across as involved to me. Okay. Kano knew better than to judge people based on appearance, but he was still convinced the girl wasn't part of this gang. So we're gonna, we've changed that, so let's see what happens with Minorikawa now. 1240? Yeah, wrapping up writing. Minorikawa took a look at his wristwatch and gritted his teeth. Damn, is it that late already? He needed to head for the sales demo. The surveillance camera article wasn't done, but he'd just have to leave it where it was for now. As he was slipping his laptop back into his bag, his cell phone rang. He looked at the screen and saw Chiaki's name listed as incoming caller. Was she done with her interviews? Hurriedly, he picked up. Chiaki, how's it going? Several wet sniffles came through. Hey, are you crying? Wait, hold on. It's no use. Chiaki's voice was, indeed, punctuated by sobs. People won't stop to talk no matter how hard I try. Oh, come on. This again? Really? I can't do it. Don't worry about paying me, but please just let me go home. Okay. He didn't have time to worry about Chiaki on top of it all. Look, just slow down and take a breath. Try and keep it a little longer. He should have seen this coming when he first called her. Her shyness was practically pathological. Okay, listen. So I think the difference would be... Look, just calm down. Just stay where you are until I get there, okay? Got that? Whatever you do, just don't move. So let's see if she's there. Street interviews were tougher than they looked. Not many random passersby were willing to stop and do it back and forth. Still, being able to talk to people on the street was a fundamental skill for a freelance reporter. All Minorikawa wanted was for Chiaki to put in a little effort and make it happen. Although he found her personality frustrating, he actually quite liked her writing. Reading her words, you'd never guess what she was like in person. If she could just break the right story, he was sure readers would be quite taken with her. There was no time like the present. Okay, so she's here. Plaza outside Shibuya Station was as crowded as ever. Minorikawa looked around and soon spotted Chiaki. Hey, what are you doing? He asked. She was hunkered down in front of the statue of Hachiko, squatting in an odd position. A group of kindergartners was gathered nearby, peering at her with sadness in their eyes like she was a stray dog or something. Kindergartners, defined. A pair of girls from Midoriyama Academy's kindergarten. They always hang out around the train station after school. They're quite fond of killing time inside of the Tokyu 5000 series display car, the new landmark by the Hachiko entrance. The beat cop at the station's police box has nicknamed them the Kinder Partners. That's cute. What's this all about? Minorikawa asked. This is how I end up when I lose all my self-confidence. I just want to hide. Oh, for crying out loud, get up, will you? I don't wanna. Stop crying. Chiaki sniffled and wiped at her eyes. Let me ask you this. Minorikawa stared down at her. What was it that made you want to be a freelance writer? Well, I guess because I wanted to try my hand at writing. A dangling bit of mucus bobbed in and out of Chiaki's left nostril as she spoke. Okay, Minarakawa followed. And why is that? Well, I'm too embarrassed to say. Chiaki hid her face in her hands. Okay, never mind that then. Right now, you have a task that's been handed to you. You can't just say you can't do it. Minarakawa tried to keep his tone calm. No magazine in the world is going to let a novice writer just write about whatever they want. You have to prove yourself first. Get your fundamentals down. I already know all that. Minarakawa took the notebook from Chiaki's hands. Hey, she squeaked. Wait, you've only talked to one person so far? There sure wasn't going to be a story in that. Yeah, well, not a person exactly. Wait, what's this here? A cat! No, I mean, yes, there was a person in a cat costume. Okay, Tama. Ugh, what should I do? Where could the truck that took the burning hammer possibly have gone? I'm standing there racking my brain when I hear a voice call out from behind me. Excuse me. Are you, happy? With your life right now? I turned to see a woman holding a notebook. Huh? I mean, just, sorry. Do you mind if I ask you a couple questions? I do not have time for this right now. I'm more than a little busy. Oh, no, I mean, I understand if you can't. She's giving me this hyper-intensive stare. I can't tell if she's trying to be intimidating or if she's actually afraid of me. Something about her is definitely off, way too jittery and suspicious for my liking. Whatever she wants, I'd rather not get involved. I'm actually pretty busy, I say. Oh, I mean, just real quick. It'd be a huge help, please? But, please? Please? She bows so many times she looks like one of those drinking birds. Drinking birds, defined. A toy bird that functions by means of a simple heat engine mechanism, causing it to continually dip its head into liquid and then rise back up. Sometimes falsely claimed to be a type of perpetual motion device. Once a common sight in offices the world over. Oh, I can't help but feel bad for this poor girl. I guess I can give her at least a few moments of my time. All right, but please make it quick. Oh, thank you. Thank you so much. She goes back into drinking bird mode. So what was the question? Oh, right. So are you, happy with your life right now? Well, right now, as you can see, I am a cat. Oh, a cat. Yes, I see. A cat. So, yeah, I'll put that down. Cat. She just writes the word cat in her notepad. Right. Thank you. Huh? Are we finished already? Yes, we can finish right there. She hangs her head a little and looks away. Well, that sure was quick. I'm not sure I get what it was all about. Did I really give her enough to be useful? I doubt it. But hey, at least it was over fast. I head off in search of the burning hammer once more. No matter where I wander, though, I don't spot the truck anywhere. Now there's only 15 minutes before the demo's supposed to start. I better make my way back to the venue. Maybe Chiri had better luck in her search? Yanagishita. Back at the break room, I'm met by Mr. Yanagishita, who positively radiates despair. Did you find it? I'm sorry. I tried. Yanagishita's shoulders slump further at my response. Have you heard from Chiri? I ask. No, nothing yet. I guess she's our last hope. All of a sudden, Mr. Yanagishita holds up a pendant. The situation's rough. I'd like you to wear this. It's a miracle stone like the one I saw back in the storeroom earlier. This ought to kick up your luck a notch. Now I see that Yanagishita is wearing another miracle stone around his own neck, using one bit of sham merchandise to help find another. Nice. This is the pinnacle of pitiful. That's what this is. Hurry up! Put it on! Before the luck runs out! Mr. Yanagishita's eyes are all bloodshot. Something tells me that refusing his request wouldn't be wise right now. After a moment's hesitation, I take hold of the pendant. The stone is blue and glittery. Is that Chiri? Mr. Yanagishita squeaks. He whips out his phone. Ah, no, sorry, he mutters after listening for a moment. I think you have the wrong number. Yes, it isn't Chiri after all. Okay. And yet he stays on the line. Huh? Really? His tone suddenly does a complete 180. Yes, please. Thank you so much. As soon as he hangs up, Yanagishita strikes a victory pose. It's a miracle! Burning Hammer is back, baby! The recycling guy realized his mix-up and returned the boxes to the loading dock. Woo! For real? You girls did great! Thank you! From the bottom of my heart. I've never seen someone come so close to literally jumping from joy. I'm going to go prep the demo room. Tama, you go bring the burning hammer inside. With that, Mr. Yanagishita practically flies out of the room. No way, I murmur to myself. This thing didn't actually work, did it? I examine the miracle stone more closely. It just looks like some kind of toy jewelry. I wish that I'd actually get paid my 20,000 yen. Hey, it's worth a shot. The miracle stone's still clutched in my hand. I hurry out to the loading dock. And I see a man covered in broken boxes. I brace myself before actually stepping out the door. It's not there. Where is it? I look around and I look, but I see no sign whatsoever of any burning hammer. In a panic, I call the recycling guy. Well, I definitely returned it to the loading dock. I can assure you of that. You're telling me it's not there now. Unfortunately, that isn't my responsibility. He hangs up. Didn't even sound like he cared. I look around a little more, but to no avail. Yeah. It's definitely not here. Did someone else take it? As I hang my head in dismay, a middle-aged man in a sanitation uniform passes by, hauling a big garbage bag. He flashes me a curious look. What do we do, Tama? Mr. Yanagishita freaks out when he hears the burning hammer is missing. Please, you gotta give me something. I'm not really sure, sir. Now my boss is an even bigger wreck than he was before. This job is toast. Any money I was going to get paid is going up in smoke. Just like all my hopes and dreams at this point. I guess maybe we could try selling the anagachis or something? It's not much of a suggestion, but that's all I've got. Mr. Yanagishita looks at me intently. Wait, what did you just say? Huh? What did you just say? Or something? No, before that. I guess maybe we could try selling the anagachis? I can almost see the wheels turning in his head as a smile slowly creeps back onto his face. That's it! That's it! That's it! Those of you who aren't watching, they actually, like, animated his mouth moving with, like, a flicker every time an eye appeared on the screen. I'm certain I see an actual gleam in his eyes. Right then. I guess that's our only real option. No, wait! This is a sign! That burning hammer didn't just vanish by coincidence. Oh no! He jolts to his feet, his eyes positively aglow. Alright! See you later, Anagachis! We're about to knock you right out of the park! I probably don't need to tell you how the event goes down. We don't manage to sell even a single anagachi. Turns out, hey, people are really creeped out by eels, and our customers have no problem letting us know that, very impolitely, I might add, as they storm away in a huff. But Shiri said she liked eel salt broiled and in sushi. I hear Mr. Yanagishita mutter to himself as I get ready to leave. If only we hadn't lost the burning hammer, things would have gone so much differently. Or no, maybe they'd have gone pretty much the same. You know, I probably should have listened to my gut earlier. Agreeing to take on this job has brought me nothing but trouble. Bad end. Anagachi. Nobody's going to have any luck selling digital pets to customers who are looking for a health food demo. But why did the burning hammer disappear anyway? Well, that sanitation worker Tamasa had found another pile of trash to dispose of. Sometime close to 12:40, someone winds up breaking the bottles, turning them into useless garbage. But who is that someone, and what can they do differently? Oh, I think it's Achi. Maybe. Let's go back to Achi. We're gonna go running the back streets. Unless... hold on. No, here's actually where a choice is. Persistent pursuit. The guy just will not give up. Yeah, here's where we do that. At the far end of the alley, he could see a forklift parked beside a pile of cardboard boxes. Achi decided to throw the boxes at their pursuer. Achi snatched up the nearest box, turned, and threw it at the man with the cane. The box was filled with something heavy. This ought to do some damage. He watched with satisfaction as it struck the assassin in the face. The man staggered sideways. Here, have another! One by one, Achi hurled every box in the pile. And one for the road! The last box wasn't properly sealed. It broke open as it struck their pursuer, sending several bottles flying. They shattered as they crashed into the street, splashing red liquid. The assassin dropped to one knee, scrubbing at his face with his hand. Achi looked on in surprise. He couldn't possibly hit the guy that hard. Peering at the man more closely, he saw that he was spattered in red liquid. Apparently, the stuff in the bottles had gotten in his eyes. Now's our chance. Achi took off with Hitomi, leaving their pursuer kneeling in the alley. Okay. Their ragged breathing echoed through the maze of side streets. All that work just to wind up fleeing for their lives again. Achi ground his teeth in frustration. Hitomi, he groaned when they slowed down to catch their breath at last. I'm so sorry. Hitomi was nonplussed. Sorry? Whatever for? I keep saying how I'm going to help you, but instead I just keep putting you in danger. Achi, no. If you hadn't been with me, I'm sure I'd already be No, Achi hurried to cut her off before she could finish. Don't go there, please. He sighed, then spoke again more quietly. I just want to help you. Clenching a fist, he looked up at the sky. A tiny sliver of blue was visible through the narrow gap between the buildings. Hitomi hung her head. Honestly, I can hardly believe how much you've done for me. I do appreciate it, but still, the lengths you've gone to. Achi looked at his feet, then drew himself up. Well, admit it's not just because of some gut instinct or your love for the environment, he said. There's another reason I'm doing this. There is? Achi paused, searching for the right words. I've got a little sister. Her name's Suzune. She's cute and smart, kind of the exact opposite of me, you know? His voice took on an uncharacteristic solemnity. But she's got a weak heart, so she's in the hospital. Oh, I'm so sorry to hear that. But what does that have to do with wanting to help me? Back when Suzune was first admitted, I'd go and visit her every day. But she... Achi, you don't need to come visit me every day, you know. The quiet hospital room made Suzune's voice sound all the more frail. What are you talking about? Achi said. You know I'm worried about you. I'll be fine on my own, really. Achi had heard that line before. The more she insisted she was fine, though, the more reluctant he was to leave her. Besides, aren't you the amazing guy who helps hold Shibuya together? They need you out there. Achi didn't know how to respond to that. Much as it was flattering to think he played some important role, he was really just hanging out and goofing off with his pals. It certainly wasn't anything for his sister to be proud of. I'd rather you spent your energy helping people who need it more than me. What do you mean, people who need the help more? Who could possibly need help right now more than you? Achi scratched his head in confusion, and his sister gave him a weak, tiny smile. You'll figure it out, she said. I'm sure they'll find you soon enough. But I'm gonna be here with you. I'll be fine. Suzune's face was pale, but her tone was firm. My big brother is gonna be out there, doing his best to help people. That's what makes me happy. That's what keeps me going. Her voice was clear and unwavering, as if to head off his rebuttal. All right, Achi said with a reluctant sigh. So then I guess, I'll just go out there and help people who are in trouble? Satisfied, Suzune smiled. Thank you. And can you promise me one more thing? Of course. Anything you like. He thumped himself on the chest. If you're going to help someone, make sure you see it all the way through to the end. Okay? Okay. No calling it quits partway through, yeah? You got it. I just worry, Suzune said. I know you have a tendency to lose interest in things. Look, don't sweat it. I swear I won't give up on this. Achi stuck out his pinky finger. But I want you to promise me something in return. Promise me you won't let this thing beat you. Suzune hooked her little finger around her brother's, her sad smile fragile as glass. And so there you have it, Achi said. Kind of a rubbish story, I know. Not very funny. So your sister's heart condition, it's pretty bad? Achi nodded. You know, she called me amazing. There's nothing amazing about me. Suzune, she's the amazing one. She's been in the hospital so long and so much pain, but she never complains. All I do is hang out and goof off with my friends. He gave a shrug. But I just kept thinking about how happy she'd be if I really did help people. It turned out that finding people in need hadn't been all that simple. The only helpful thing Achi had been able to think of was going around picking up trash. And that's why Suzune's idiot brother left SOS to be Shibuya's garbage man. Did your friends know, Hitami asked, about your sister? I didn't tell them. I didn't want to pin this all on her being sick. Ah, see. At least now Hitami understood what the fight with the local toughs had been about. The sound of approaching footsteps jerked them back into the present. Oh, for the love of God! The man with the cane appeared at the end of the alley. He raised his gun. There was no time to flee. Achi quickly stepped in front of Hitami. If you shoot us here, people are going to come running, he said. I'm guessing you don't want to get pegged for murder? The assassin didn't flinch. Stay out of my way, Achi. This time, there was no doubt. The gunman had spoken Achi's name loud and clear. How do you know who I am? Oh! Thanks for the raid, Mivlia! Oh! Skunks. So very stinky. But not this one. She's just a punk. Hi, everybody. Good. I'm actually, about to finish up Chapter 3 of 428 Shibuya Scramble. For those of you who haven't seen this game, this game is... it is a visual novel, but it's not.
Tell me what you think, Yorkie. You think it's terrible? Is it horrible?
So this game is a visual novel, but it's kind of not. It's more, it's like a choose-your-own-adventure, but there is one right way. So you run into a lot of bad endings, you know? So I guess it is a choose-your-own-adventure. You run into a lot of endings, and there's one way to go. It is ostensibly about a kidnapping. Right now we're looking at Achi, who has been with the kidnapped twin sister, trying to save her from an assassin. It is basically FMV, all photographs. And for those of you who don't know me, my name is Hildy. I am a variety streamer. I'm playing everything I've ever had access to, from A to Z. That includes numbers, and that's where 428 Shibuya Scramble comes in. And when I say access, I mean games in my family library, games that my roommates had, games that my sister owned and I wasn't allowed to play, things like that. So there's a whole list in my About you can look at to see what games are coming up. We're going to be doing the alphabet on a wheel so that, you know, because Final Fantasy's in there, like all of the Final Fantasies, so instead of getting stuck in F and never seeing anything else, there's a chance for other things. I would say my taste, and the taste of those who know me, tends to lie in the unique and the indie, as well as the story-heavy series, like Fallout, Bioshock, etc. This is a game from 2008, and it is probably the best localized game I've ever played. However, it is a lot of text, so I don't respond to chat that much. I just sort of, I treat it like mild ASMR, you know. I'm kind of I like to act out things, so it's not necessarily as relaxing, but, you know, enjoy yourself. We're gonna head back to it because I think we've only got a little
Now
bit to
displaying
go.
a message for YouTube.
Mivlia, were you, oh, I need to make a shout out. I need to shout out. I've been relying on my mods. God damn it. I know it doesn't show up unless you're on gameplay. Oh. Can't believe Hildy would lie to us. I'm just blaming this.
Tell me what you think, Yorkie. You think it's terrible? Is it horrible?
claiming this skunk isn't stinky. Listen, I'm trying to be polite. The shout out didn't necessarily work because I was an idiot. I was on webcam, but Miblia is, she's an achievement hunter extraordinaire. And she's really, I would say she is wholesome and very cute. She really doesn't mind playing with her audience in a really sweet way. I think of her as almost tiny, like the way like a chibi would be cute. She will hate that because she thinks of herself as a punk, but whatever. Miv plays games like Graveyard Keeper and Expelled, it's indie games, but games that also could be crafters or Sims. I haven't seen Miv yet play anything too violent. Mivlia's whole crew is actually really nice. Like, Neurospecs is in there, and Dragtom, and Mesp. There's a lot of really kind streamers. Miv, gonna lurk and make dinner. Thanks for the shouty. Good luck with your stream. Thanks for the compliments. I am a big tough punk, though. No, she's not. She's not. So we're gonna continue. We are kind of near the end of chapter 3. Because I know there's some people who haven't been here for the story, I will elaborate on some details. Theo, she was playing Mouse Detective a bit ago. That's okay. That's an FPS. I've done a few violent games in the past. I play a good variety, but I do kind of zero in on things for a long time. Yeah, Miv is very much like, I'ma get those chivos, but also I'ma play this game till I feel I'm done with it, which I really like. Like me watching a game, I want to be able to go back and see a game completed on VODs. Like, there's a lot of games that overlap with other streamers that I know, so I don't always watch all of them. But I look to them for help when I'm playing them. So a streamer who's very, very complete is actually, to me, not only helpful, but really entertaining. So without further ado, we'll go back to this. I'll give you little summaries, but there are VODs. I'm gonna link my YouTube here as well. So if you end up enjoying this bit of Shibuya Scramble, you can watch the previous ones. I definitely have designed streaming this so that you can just put it on while you're working. So Achi has been helping Hitomi run away. Hitomi gave a ransom to the kidnappers, and a man with a gun and a cane has been following them. But now the man has revealed that he knows Achi's name. Achi's just like a guy who helped Shibuya for a while. He's like, he ran a gang, but it's, you know, he's a dude. So it is very jarring for him. How do you know who I am? The man stared at him through the sights of his gun. She has to die, Achi. It's for your own good. What does he mean? Hitomi whispered. Achi, what is he talking about? Achi's mind was a whirl. Things were coming at him too fast for him to process. I don't know this guy. Hitomi, please, you have to believe me. But... Hitomi took a doubtful step away from Achi. The assassin didn't miss his opening. He quickly aimed at her. Cut the crap, man! What do you mean killing her is for my own good? Once she's dead, you'll understand. Excuse me? The gunman's finger tightened on the trigger. To be continued. Ugh, son of a bitch. Fucker. Alright. Fucking whatever. Okay. A person in the cat suit. Minorikawa is a reporter who was called by a magazine called 4-Star General Gossip. They'd done a scratch card game that scratch cards are actually printed on both sides to keep it so you can't see the numbers on the back, but they misprinted, so everyone was able to get a winning card. The man who's running it is now in a lot of debt with loan sharks, and if he can't get the next issue out, he's done. So he was called by Toyama the publisher, to ask him to write some stories. Minorikawa was busy with other magazines, but got a gut feeling. He ended up stopping Toyama from killing himself. It turns out all of the writers had left the journal. So Minorikawa has 12 pages to fill in this magazine before the end of the day. He's hired Chiaki, who you see on the ground, to help with street interviews, and she kind of sucks. She's pathologically shy. Here we go. Person in the cat suit. Wait, what's this here? A cat? No, I mean, yes, there was a person in a cat costume. I thought since I couldn't see their face, it'd be easier to ask them stuff. Fine, whatever. Now get back out there and get me some more. Minorikawa steered Chiaki toward the passing crowd. Even the kindergartners are pointing. What? Now? Yes, now. We've got no time to waste. I'll even stand by and watch for a minute. Now enough with the excuses and get out there. Oh my god. Minorikawa looked down as Chiaki wandered through the crowd. These kindergartners. Her anxious demeanor seemed to repel everyone around her. On the rare chance she did manage to flag someone down, the way she stammered through her initial questions made them take right off again. After a minute or two, she shuffled her way back, shoulders slumped. See? It's hopeless. Oh my god. The shame on the kindergartners' faces. Okay, some advice. First off, you aren't approaching the right people. Some people are clearly in a rush, you know? You're not going to have much luck trying to flag down a businessman who's visibly in a hurry. Now, folks who are waiting on someone, couples, groups, they're going to be less on their guard. But I mean, if I do manage to nab someone, how do I keep the conversation going? Chiaki asked. That was indeed the tricky part. Whenever I get an answer I'm not expecting, I get all flustered. Chiaki, have you ever played tennis? Tennis? Well, yeah. I was in my school's tennis club. She struck Minorikawa as being more the manga club type, but that was neither here nor there. Okay, that'll make this simpler. What's more fun, rallying with an opponent or hitting the ball off of a wall? Rallying with someone else, of course. Minorikawa gave a hearty nod. And why is that? Because when you hit the ball off of a wall, you already know where it's going to come back to. Revelation dawned on Chiaki's face. Oh. It's the same with interviews, Minorikawa said. Don't get flustered. Enjoy the rally. But I don't think I'm composed enough to enjoy it. Don't overthink things. Just let yourself enjoy the small talk. Small talk? Oh, sure I'm not getting any good at that. She was starting to waffle again. Okay, let me ask you this, Minorikawa said, taking a step closer. Are you happy with your life right now? I'm not happy with my life right now, no, Chiaki muttered. She hung her head in dismay. Okay, so start with that, Minorikawa said. Huh? Chiaki blinked a few times as she lifted her head back up. I'm not happy with my life right now, but what about you? Like that. Oh, okay. A sliver of liveliness had crept back into Chiaki's voice. Minorikawa jabbed his finger right in her face. Right there, he said. Put on that face when you flag people down. Chiaki's smile widened. I'll give it a shot. Thank you so much. Sure thing. Good luck. Chiaki strode enthusiastically into the crowd and tried to flag down a Westerner who was walking hurriedly past. Who is the Westerner that... So when Maria, Hitomi's twin sister, was kidnapped, he was running... They were going to a meet and greet with foreigners. He was running the group. Did she even listen to a word I said? Minorikawa felt his short-lived triumph melt away. Am I just going to have to teach her everything again from scratch? Then he paused in surprise. Hold on. Okay, good. Whoa! Chiaki had snatched the man by the arm in an attempt to get him to stop. To Minorikawa's amazement, the gambit worked. Before long, it looked like the two were engaged in some kind of animated conversation. Maybe she would get an interview out of this after all. Heck, the look on her face was actually somewhat confident. Sometimes people could surprise you once you got past their surface issues. Now Minorikawa could head to the Burning Hammer sales demo with a little more peace of mind. Speaking of which... Crap! What time is it? In a panic, Minorikawa checked his wristwatch. Wristwatch. Defined. Think about this wristwatch. Think about this wristwatch. That will tell you how you think about the opposite sex and whatnot. The last time we saw this wristwatch, it was like, look at this wristwatch. Tell me how you feel about it. The demo was set to start in less than 5 minutes. Uh-oh. He really was cutting it close. Burning Hammer is a diet drink, a shyster diet drink. Minorikawa sprinted through the intersection, heading for Center Gai. To be continued. The to be continued is good. It means that this game split into hours. It means that we finished the hour block. Okay. So that's good. That's good. That's good. That's good. We're not failing miserably yet. Okay. Okay. Sneaking out. This was a keep out. Osawa fled the room. He needed to be alone, if only for a few moments. But even if he could somehow shake Kajiwara, the other detectives had eyes all over his mouth. He had reached the limits of his patience. Couldn't even think straight anymore. He headed for the back door, trying to avoid the police. Opening the door quietly, he slipped across the yard and out through the back fence. Osawa is the father of Maria and Hitomi. He is a pharmaceutical researcher for a company called Okoshi Pharmaceuticals. They are working on an antiviral for the UA virus, which is something like Ebola. He was sent pictures of human test subjects dying with UA being infected to test his vaccine. And his wife is a giant bitch who only thinks about money, and the kids are not actually hers. There's a detective called Kajiwara who is constantly offering him snacks from his pocket and is definitely autistic coded and is bizarre and kind of torturing him. His assistant, Tanaka, has a personal relationship with Hitomi. We don't know what it is, but he is 40 and Hitomi is 19. He didn't want to venture too far from the house. He found a tiny alley and took cover there, thankful for a few moments to himself at last. He hadn't been there long when he caught sight of a man and a young girl, a father and his daughter, running past on the main road. It looked as if they were running from something. The man flashed a look back over his shoulder, then took his daughter by the hand and pulled her off the road. They crouched behind some bushes, hiding. As he looked around, wild-eyed, he spotted Osawa watching him from the alleyway. "Oh," the man called out. "Help me. Please. These guys catch me, Oh!" The father's eyes went wide when he got a look at Osawa's face. You're... Huh? Osawa thought he recognized the fugitive too, though he couldn't remember from where. "There are some real nasty guys after us," the man said. "I know I have no right to ask you this, but please, at least help me keep my daughter safe." "Probably you should go to the police if..." "No! They won't be able to help me with this. Please, I'm begging you. Help me." I'm sorry, but... "Please! If not me, then at least help my daughter," the man pleaded. Osawa looked down at the girl. Unlike her father, she was calm and reserved. She reminded him of Maria just a little. Osawa couldn't just stand idly by. He decided to help them evade their pursuers. "All right, follow me." "Oh, thank you. Thank you so much." He led the two back to his house and into the storage shed out back. "You can lay low in here for a while if you like," he said. The shed was fairly large. There was plenty of space for the man and his daughter. "I'm so sorry," the man said. "I'm not sure I can possibly thank you." "Don't worry." Osawa closed the shed door and headed back out to take a look around. Two thuggish-looking men came running up to him. Osawa's photography is very square. Like, there was a series of photos that were like a red glow through windows, and it was like 3 people, almost like Shoujo Kakume Utena intense. It's always very blocked off and hinting at some sort of religion or like moral black and white choice. Two thuggish-looking men came running up to him. No doubt, these were the people the father and daughter were running from. "You there," said one in sunglasses. "You see a guy and his daughter around here? Should come by this way." There was a hint of menace in his voice. "Oh, the man that hid is the publisher." "A man and his daughter. Yes, I think I saw them run through here." "Which way they'd go?" "That way." "Sweet. We almost got him." Pair sped away. Soa waited until they were fully out of sight, then called out to the shed. Alright, they're gone. The door stick closed, however. I'm really sorry, the man called back from inside. Those guys might come back this way. Is it okay if we hide out here a little while longer? He sounded desperate, pitiful, really. Sure, go ahead, Osawa said. With that, he headed back inside. Evidently, he just wasn't going to get any time alone today, no matter where he went. Osawa groaned inwardly. Oh, here's Kajiwara. Osawa groaned inwardly when he got back to his study. You're still here? Yes, sir. I was told to keep my eyes on you, after all. Believe me, it shows. Mr. Osawa, if you're going to go outside, I'd appreciate it if you let me know first. What? Had Kajiwara realized he'd snuck out of the house? But more importantly, Kajiwara reached back into his suit pocket. I've been meaning to give this to you. He held out a small plastic bag. Inside was a scrap of paper of some sort. What's that? Osawa asked. This is what was clogging the toilet, sir. Some hesitation, Osawa took hold of the bag. Huh? That's... The passenger name is listed as Kenji Osawa. In the plastic bag was a plane ticket, specifically the one for his upcoming flight to the U.S. the following week. He left it out on his desk. How had it wound up getting flushed down the toilet? This looks like it's pretty important, sir, Kajiwara said. I must say, it was pretty careless of you to accidentally flush it. A wry sort of smile came to his face. Although, the detective added, I suppose the question of who flushed it is another matter entirely. Very, very square. He's always like the center of the photo. Osawa's at a loss for words. Someone had tried to flush his plane ticket on purpose. He was sure of it. Yeah. Windows and doors. He knocked on the door to Ai's room, but there was no response. Didn't look like she'd gotten back home yet. Osawa let himself in. The stinging scent of her perfume pervaded the room, which was decorated all in white. Clothes were strewn all about, as if to put her slovenliness on display. She'd been like this ever since they'd gotten married, and Osawa had long since stopped caring. Must have been I who'd tried to flush the ticket. He knew she didn't want him going to America, but still. Couldn't she have found a better way to get rid of it? Thanks to her, he'd been stuck, hunched over the damn toilet, fighting with the plunger. Osawa sat down on the bed amidst the brand-name clothing. Then he spotted something odd down by his feet. It was a gold cigarette lighter. Just when had I picked up smoking? Osawa picked up the lighter and set it on the shelf next to the bed. He started out of the room, but stopped as he noticed a scrapbook on the bookshelf. The rest of the shelf was filled with fashion magazines, so the scrapbook definitely drew his eye. Curious, he took it down and opened it. The book was filled with articles and write-ups about the results of Osawa's research and the company's various achievements. Flipping through the pages took him on a trip down memory lane. There was even an old company memo welcoming Tanaka on board as his new vice director. There was a photo of Osawa shaking Tanaka's hand at the party celebrating his new position. It's a little peculiar to think that she had bothered to keep something so trivial. A series of magazine articles was nestled between the pages further into the book. These hadn't been clipped out for inclusion in the scrapbook itself. Osawa glanced through them. Floundering Okoshi Pharmaceutical arranges marriage of political convenience. It was a self-indulgent piece from some rag called 4-Star General Gossip, from right after he and I had gotten married. When the piece had first run, he'd been too furious to read it. Now he gave it a quick looking over. It was pretty much exactly what he'd expected. It talked about how one of the corporate directors had sacrificed to find, allowing someone else to come to harm for one's personal gain. In this case, the term is used figuratively, not literally. His own daughter in order to keep one of his researchers on board, referring, of course, to Makino offering Osawa Ai's hand in marriage. Rumors abound of marital strife between the newlyweds. The article went on to talk about how Ai had been dating another man before she and Osawa had gotten married. The whole thing was a bunch of puerile rubbish. Any marriage involves some kind of calculated self-interest, after all. Whatever the reasons for their union, nothing changed the fact that I was now his wife. A faint sigh, Osawa put the scrapbook back on the shelf. Feeling disconsolate, he returned to his study and began flipping through his CD rack. His eyes scanned for Aya Kamiki's album, For Tomorrow, Forevermore. A lot of her more experimental numbers were on that album. Given how discombobulated he felt right now, this is what he needed to hear. Aya Kamiki, Ayumi Hamasaki. Again, Osawa reflected on how there had been a time when he didn't care about music at all. He'd simply purchased copies of the most popular CD of the moment as birthday presents for his two girls, and that had just happened to be an album by Aya Kamiki. Hitomi was thrilled by the gift, but Maria hadn't seemed terribly fond of it. The next day, she'd tossed her copy back on her father's desk. Figuring that throwing it away would be a waste, Osawa had stuck the CD into his computer to give it a listen. He was immediately bombarded by an intense beat bolstered by bold, uplifting vocals. Aya Kamiki wrote her own lyrics, which did a fine job of conveying the emotions of a teenage girl. Osawa could hardly believe it. After listening to just one track, he was well and truly hooked. Before the day was out, he had purchased her entire discography. He muttered. For tomorrow should have been in the CD rack, but there was no sign of it. Where the heck is it? Why isn't it here? For a moment he wondered if he was going crazy, and then he remembered. It's at the lab. He'd wanted something to listen to on break at work, so he'd brought the album there. Damn it. Damn it. Damn it. Not being able to listen to it made him want to hear it all the more. It wasn't like he could just go out and buy another copy right now either. He'd just have to borrow the copy he'd given to Hitomi all those years ago. Unable to contain his need to hear the music, he went into Hitomi's room. There, he quickly rummaged through the CD rack beside his daughter's bed. Part of him felt like he was being a little sneak thief. According to the email Tanaka had shown him, someone was trying to kill Hitomi. Under the circumstances, he knew that what he was doing was ridiculous, yet he still couldn't resist the impulse to find the CD. But his efforts were to no avail. There were no Aya Kamiki CDs in the rack at all. Osawa pulled out every CD on the rack, but they were all classical music. He slumped back in disappointment. It had to be somewhere here in her room. Osawa jumped at the sound of his cell and fumbled to get it out of his pocket. Makino's name was displayed on the LCD screen. I'm up front. That was all Makino had said before hanging up. Hurriedly, Osawa began tidying up the CD rack. Makino is Ai's father and his boss at the lab. As he worked, he thought about what he was going to say to Makino. To think that someone had violated corporate policy to such unethical ends sullied his research. Osawa wasn't about to let anyone get away with it. And yet, he was about to leave Hitomi's room. Sudden uncertainty gripped him. He hesitated. Did he have any right to condemn Makino for running trials in secret? His hand began to sweat as it gripped the doorknob. No, he didn't. How could he? His hands were dirty in all this, too. We need to keep this a secret, just between us. It'll be fine. We've already cleared animal testing. The memories hovered. Osawa himself had already administered the antiviral to someone, hadn't he? It was the only way. Muttering to nobody in particular, Osawa trudged toward the front door of his house. Son of a bitch! We continue. Okay. Okay. Connell. Maybe we go here? Or, like, do we go in here? Determination. No, there's like a choice to like, okay. So I guess we'll run this from here. I didn't stay long enough to get the change in text. This is Chiaki. She tried to question one of the suspects for the kidnapping. This is before Minorikawa gave her the pep talk. Kano is just... Okay. So Kano decides not to go into it, and Sasayama, who is his partner, who likes to wear costumes on the job as to be undercover, decides he'll talk to Chiaki. But they've been following the same like a group of Westerners in black outfits with the same attaché case for like an hour and a half. They just pass the attaché case from one to another, and they're going in a loop from Shibuya to Harajuku to Shibuya, and and Harajuku is just like one station away. So it's just really wasting their time. So Kano has a hero named Totano. Meitante Totano. The great detective Totano. He writes all of his sayings in his Dick Dictum book. Never lose sight of what you're supposed to protect ever. Dictum number 1. So, right now, the single most important thing was ensuring the hostage's safety. This was a situation where Totano would have stuck to his guns for sure. Kano thought back to that day 3 years ago. So, this memory, Totano was on police box duty, which are these very small boxes in Japan that beat cops are assigned to. And being a detective in Japan, there's not a lot of positions. So anyone who is a detective is kind of prestigious. There was a burglary, and the man had doused himself in gasoline and locked himself inside and said, if you come to arrest me, I will light myself on fire. Totano was the detective set on this case. And he just is a middle-aged man in a rumpled business suit. And Kano thinks he's got to stop him, but Totano instead introduces himself as the detective, takes the gasoline, pours it over himself, walks in and says, "Go ahead. Kill yourself. I'll die with you." This inspires Kano to become a detective. He'd originally just became a cop because his girlfriend Rumi's father was a detective. So Totano becomes his hero, and he insists on doing his detective training under Totano after this day. Totano then tells him, someone who's willing to risk his life will only listen to someone who is also risking their life. Totano manages to get him out because the man obviously is afraid of killing himself, and Totano convinces him to leave. We also found out that Kano is a former rugby player, which seemed, for someone so passive and anxious, it seemed kind of interesting. Kano has proven to freeze in times of intense decision-making. Thinking back to the way Totano had put his life on the line to rescue a bunch of strangers made Kano feel all the more raw about just tailing these syndicate members. Letting crooks just wander around wasn't going to bring Maria Osawa to safety. Of that, Kano was now certain. Never lose sight of what you're supposed to protect, ever. He uttered the fundamental dictum out loud. Well, You've lost sight of it completely, a voice said out of nowhere. What? Kano spun around. That's his potential father-in-law, Shizuo. He was a detective, and then he retired from the force to Nagano to be an organic farmer. He is unapproving. Is trying to control Rumi, his girlfriend's life, and make her dump him. It was Shizuo. Rumi was with him. Sir? Kano stuttered. Weren't you supposed to be waiting at the cafe for... There was some lowlife there, so we left. That was Minorikawa. Rumi's dad looked plenty mean under ordinary circumstances. Right now he looked like a man possessed. Oh, I beg your pardon. I'm still on duty at the moment. I'm going back home, Shizuo huffed. You're not marrying my daughter. He turned to walk away. No, please, just wait. I'm done waiting. Now I'm going home. Please, don't do this. Just hear me out. Heard all I need to hear from you. Rumi, we're leaving. Dad, please. Goodbye. Seizing his daughter by the hand, Shizuo stormed off without another word, dragging her behind. Shinya, she called out over her shoulder. Rumi. She was gone. Rumi was gone. Kano desperately wanted to go after her, but he hesitated in an agony of indecision. I can't turn my back on my responsibilities. I'm a detective. My work has to be my first priority. Going after Rumi isn't what a good detective would do. Oh, Detective Tatano, what should I do? Tatano, Still, the dictum echoed in his mind. Never lose sight of what you're supposed to protect, ever. Am I gonna get a choice? Never lose sight of what you're supposed to protect. Never lose sight of what you're supposed to protect. Oh, I think I'm just walking right back into the bad end. I don't know what I need to do to get this. So, determination, option A. Yeah, that's not... Okay. Huh.
Now displaying a message for YouTube.
I must have messed up somewhere with Minorikawa, maybe? Okay, I think I did. Because I think it's that Rumi's coming to find him that is causing this, so we'll do this. And we'll change his answer to not bother them. No, he reminded himself that he needed to finish the article. Okay. So now I should be able to go to here. No, well maybe I should be able to go... Maybe I can go to determination, because I think that Rumi doesn't show up then. I think she shows up after that. Yes. Okay. Letting the crooks just wander around wasn't going to bring Maria Osawa to safety. Of that, Kano was certain. Shoot, it's bleeding pretty bad, he heard someone say behind him. He turned around and saw two young men carrying another along. There was a towel wrapped tightly around the third's head. The fuck? Is that the Gilead? So, the old gang that Achi was a part of, this guy named Kiryu shows up. He's like the new leader's second-hand man, and he says, this guy was rude. We're gonna teach him using the guillotine. Shoot, it's bleeding pretty bad, he heard someone say behind him. He turned and saw two young men carrying another along. There was a towel wrapped tightly around the third's head. Hey, what happened? Kano asked. Shut your mouth, Kano blanched. Can the attitude. He's trying to help. Another voice cut in. It was Sasayama. Had you finished dealing with the girl by the station then? What happened to your friend? Out of my way, man. I ain't afraid to kick your ass. Look, cut the crap and let me take a quick look. Sasayama unwrapped the towel from around the young man's head. Oh, Jesus! Oh, that's nasty. The young guy was a little more than a kid. His head was soaked red with blood. He appeared to be unconscious. Call juvenile affairs. I couldn't just leave him like this, but they were in the middle of a job. They should probably call juvenile affairs. Defined, juvenile affairs. Part of the communal safety section, which handles crimes pertaining to public decency, finances, pollution, and so on. Juvenile affairs deals with misconduct and criminal activity involving minors. Since many SOS members are underage, the Shibuya Precinct's Juvenile Affairs Division has been ramping up its efforts to deal with the gang. Although one detective in particular has been using this as an excuse to go on patrol at arcades, ignoring his duties in order to fuel his video game addiction. I wonder who that is. Sasayama. Kano took out his cell phone so he could call the precinct, but Sasayama stopped him, then showed the two youngsters his badge. Oh crap, you a cop? Sasayama nodded. Who you kids with? The Bamfs? Bamfs, defined. Shibuya's number 2 gang, its leader, Sohei Hikari, has gathered up some big, mean dudes in an attempt to make Shibuya his turf. The gang's leadership is inferior to that of SOS, but on an individual level, its members tend to be stronger in a fight. Word is that the rise of the Bamfs is one of the reasons SOS has begun growing more combative recently. SOS? SOS, admitted one of the young men after some hesitation. Who attacked you? Yo, it ain't like that. What was it like then, infighting? The young man was silent. Sasayama must have been right on the mark. In the course of his police duties, Kano picked up a fair amount of street gossip from the young people in Shibuya. Lately, the scuttlebutt about the legendary SOS gang was that they were dealing with some internal strife. Look, don't worry about it. I get it. There's a hospital just down that way. Hurry up and get him there. The young man batted off Sasayama's offered hand, then quickly hauled his friend away. Sounds like SOS is on the verge of breaking up with all this infighting, huh? Kano asked. He kept his eyes on the young men as they headed off. Yeah, seems like it's been pretty rough. You know, but with the original leader leaving and all. Detectives in juvenile affairs were well acquainted with SOS's original leader. Original leader, defined. That would be Achi Endo. Initially, SOS was nothing more than a small group of like-minded young people who hung out together. But as its membership grew, the general public began referring to the group as a gang. Word has it that back when Achi was in charge, gang members never started any conflicts themselves, but simply responded in kind when others brought fights their way. The stories were like something out of some after-school special. There were tales of them taking down gangs who sold drugs to kids, or breaking into yakuza front offices to save their friends. The detectives with juvenile affairs took these stories with a grain of salt, but if there really were young people like that out there, Kano hoped to meet them someday. Except when he did meet Achi, he tried to arrest him. The detective had to hurry to catch up with the man they were tailing. He was still strolling along, seemingly in no particular hurry. They kept him in sight as he crossed another pedestrian overpass and circled back around. Still following the same MO, huh? Sasayama grumbled. Guess so, Kano said. How'd things go with the girl? He was careful not to take his eyes off the mark as they talked. You were right. She's not part of this. Just one of those street evangelists or something. Oh yeah? Yeah, she kept asking me, but are you really happy with your life? Wigged me out. I bailed out of there quick. So, Sasayama, I'm thinking the attaché case is going to get handed off again any moment now. Huh? Sasayama appeared at the mark, who was scanning the plaza he'd just entered, apparently looking for someone. I take one side, you take the other? Kano suggested. Sasayama's eyes went wide. Say what now? That way we apprehend both perps involved in the handoff. Sasayama didn't reply. Look, HQ isn't thinking about the hostage's safety, Kano said, but that needs to take priority here. Sasayama's face took on a rare solemnity. Disobeying a direct order is not something to do lightly. Disobeying a direct order, defined. Detective's behavior is governed by the Local Public Service Act. Article 32 states that a detective is to faithfully follow the orders of his superior in the course of his duties. Violating this is punishable by a warning, reduction in pay, suspension from duty, or dismissal. In the event of a warning, not only is the individual expected to submit a formal letter of apology, but pay raises may be delayed, or performance bonuses cut. Then, after a moment, he added, but I'm on board. I'm sick of all this wandering around anyway. That's the Sasayama I know, Kano replied with a chuckle. Sasayama gave him a silent thumbs up. Jacobs took a position on opposite sides of the plaza. Kano called up Sasayama on his cell phone. You ready? He asked. Just give the word. There were only 2 non-Japanese people in the nearby crowd. Both were eyeing their surroundings anxiously. Kano was certain the handoff was about to take place, and sure enough, the second man approached the one holding the attaché case. After exchanging a scant handful of words, he took the case and walked off. Sasayama! I'll handle the guy with the case. Got it. Sasayama broke into a run, chasing after the man who'd taken the ransom. Kano hung up his phone and rushed to close the distance with the other man. You, there! Stop where you are! The suspect turned, and Kano recognized his face. He was indeed a member of the foreign crime syndicate that operated in Shibuya. Is the hostage safe? Kano demanded. The man's only response was an unsettling grin. Answer me! But though he repeated the question, the man remained silent. Kano. Yeah, fuck this guy. We're arresting him. Took out a pair of handcuffs and reached for the suspect's wrist. Handcuffs, defined. Equipment used by police officers to shackle suspects. In Japan, the belt that makes up part of the officer's duty uniform has a storage pouch for a pair of handcuffs. Baton, handcuffs, pistol. Okay. The man pulled a knife from his breast pocket and swung it right at Kano's face. Kano managed to jerk away in time, but his momentum carried him too far backward, and he sprawled onto the pavement. Damn! The suspect was already making a run for it. Suddenly, a large car of foreign make skittled to a halt, blocking off the man's escape route. A tall Caucasian man jumped out. He wore sunglasses and a crisp suit. Now cornered, the fleeing suspect brandished his knife. Be careful! But Kano didn't even have time to finish shouting his warning. There was a metallic pling, and the knife went flying through the air. The man in the sunglasses had snapped his right foot up, sending the weapon flying. Oh! Oh yes, the most heinous villain, Randy McWhite guy. Well, we apparently have a hero white guy now. As the attacker's jaw dropped in astonishment, the newcomer proceeded to elbow him right in the face. The blow connected and the suspect went down hard. Fallen man turned his head to look at Kano. His mouth moved as if he was attempting to say something. He never got it out. The man in the sunglasses kicked him in the face. With a groan, the perp slumped down, unconscious. Hey, Kano snapped. What the hell are you doing? He stormed over to the man with the sunglasses. Agent Smith! The man nonchalantly dusted off his suit. You were ordered to watch and see where these guys went, right? He spoke in fluent Japanese. Jesus Christ. Imagine that you are a Japanese person who has never been in a situation where you suddenly had to speak to a foreigner. You haven't used English in ages. Your tension grows. You think back to English class in school, but nothing you remember is helpful. You muster up the courage to choke out a stammered, do you? The foreigner responds fluently, in your own language. Nihongo de daijoubu desu. It's alright, I speak Japanese. What happened to that Japanese sense of honor I've heard so much about? Who are you? I'm from the U.S. Embassy's Regional Security Office, the man replied. The fuck? U.S. Embassy, defined. An embassy is where ambassadors from a foreign country lodge and conduct much of their official diplomatic business. Under international law, ambassadors are guaranteed diplomatic immunity, and the embassy grounds are considered territory of the home nation. The U.S. Embassy's Regional Security Office is responsible for the security of American diplomatic facilities and personnel, and provides American citizens in Japan with information on public order. It is located in Akasaka, in the Minato ward of the Tokyo metropolis. He presented Kano with his ID. Jack Stanley, of course. Of course he's Jack Stanley. The whitest name ever. This is actually real though. It's a fake printed one, but this is what it would look like basically. Except in Japanese. Jack Stanley. His title was listed as Security Assistant Officer. Kano glanced at the car he'd shown up in. The license plate was blue with white lettering, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. But the ministry wouldn't just send some diplomat to intervene in a public investigation. Kano pulled his phone out of his pocket. Sasayama's name was displayed across the LCD screen. How are things on your end, Kano? I have the suspect in custody. How about you? Sasayama hesitated. He, got away from me. What about the attaché case? I'm sorry, but he's still gotta be around here somewhere. I'm gonna look around some more. Sasayama hung up. What's your name, Detective? Jack Stanley asked as Kano was processing this new information. Kano, from the Shibuya precinct. Alright, Kano. I'm going to need you to follow my instructions for the next while. Why is that? Instead of answering, Stanley took out his cell phone and made a quick call. After a few moments, he held the phone out for Kano. Here, permission from your boss, he said. What? Kano squawked. He took the phone gingerly, bracing himself. Kano speaking. You imbecile! What the hell are you thinking? It was Kuze, and he was furious. Understandably so, really. Kano had disobeyed a direct order, and for what? All he'd accomplished was losing track of the attaché case. I'm sorry, sir. You really think sorry's gonna cut it? You're off the force, Kano. Kano slumped, defeated. He had no reply. He knew he deserved whatever punishment he got. Still, orders from up top didn't trump the hostage's safety. If he could have gone back and done it all again, he was sure he'd make the same call. Maybe that meant he wasn't detective material, but so be it. That's what I want to tell you, Kuze continued. But for now, I need you to follow the instructions of the guy there, Stanley. Do whatever he tells you. Sir? Kano hadn't seen that one coming. He disobeyed orders, that was undeniable. And yes, he knew that he deserved a reprimand. But being ordered to tag along with some stranger who just turned up out of the blue? What the heck? May I ask why the U.S. Embassy is involved in this? No more questions, Kano. Step in line. Please, just hold on, sir. I have no idea what's going on here. Kuze let out an exasperated sigh. That makes two of us, kid. Oh. And with that, the director hung up. Oh, Jesus. Sounded like even Kuze didn't have the whole story here. Which meant that orders were coming from someplace higher. Foreign syndicate moving the ransom around at the U.S. Embassy. Whatever was going on, it was more than just a local kidnapping case. Kano was deep in the middle of it. Handed the phone back to Stanley. A few moments later, two detectives from the MPD arrived on the scene. Stanley handed over the fallen criminal to them. You're chasing a bum lead, you know, Stanley said as he watched them carry the man away. What do you mean? Kano asked. I mean, this kidnapping isn't about the money. My priority is the girl's safety. Right now, your priority is doing what I tell you to do. Kano gave him a scowl, but Stanley ignored it. That guy we just, arrested, he asked. He tell you anything? No, nothing, Kano said. Really now? Trace of emotion drained from Stanley's eyes. His gaze pierced Kano like icy daggers. Held the glimmer of something dangerous, something Kano had seen plenty of times since he joined the force. He wasn't looking into the eyes of some diplomatic liaison. No. This was a man who knew how to kill. Who'd killed people before. With some effort, Kano managed to regather his sense of professionalism. He didn't tell me anything, he repeated. I just know that he's a member of some foreign crime syndicate that works out of Shibuya. I probably know some of their hangouts. Show me, Stanley said, cool as an automaton. We'll take my car. Kano wiped away some of the sweat that had beaded on his brow as they headed for the vehicle. He was just sliding into the passenger seat when Kuze radioed over the wireless. Okie dokie, folks, listen up. Childish tone was back in his voice, full force. Kano stiffened on reflex. He knew what that meant. So, Hitomi Osawa has, gone missing. What? Kano couldn't believe his ears. Wasn't Tatano supposed to be protecting her right now? Also, at Detective Tatano. Damn it, I knew it! I had the sinky suspicion that Detective Tatano was the guy with the cane. I knew it! Son of a fucking bitch! You know why I thought so? They've never showed me his face. It's always been in silhouette. He's a middle-aged man in a rumpled business suit. And Tatano kept being referenced every time her safety was at stake. And we can't reach him from our end either. No way, Kano blurted out. It can't be. So yeah, Kuze continued. He might have gotten caught up in this incident, too. It wasn't like a detective of Tatano's stature to go incommunicado during an investigation. It could only mean that something had happened to him, something major. Oh, I fucking knew it! Tatano, you traitor! You traitor face! Ah!
literally throwing things at the screen and you can't tell because of the angle of my camera. Okay, we've gotten to be continued on everyone but Tama. Well, let's head back for now. Public house, wagon is lit. I'd go there. Probably not to Ducky Duck, though. No matter where I wander, though, I don't spot the truck anywhere. Now there's only 15 minutes before the demo's supposed to start. I'd better make my way back to the venue. Maybe Cheery had better luck in her search. Back at the break room, I'm met by Mr. Yamagishita, who positively radiates despair. We know this. We've had this incident. Tama is a young... Shaden, this game is incredibly interesting, even if it is really just a bunch of dialogue screens. It's super cool. It's like a choose-your-own-adventure. It is kind of a visual novel. It's more like a choose-your-own-adventure visual novel. So you have to figure out what decisions, like you're a detective, get you to solve the mystery. So this guy is a shyster, and he is selling a fake diet drink, as well as he's bought just a bunch of other stuff, like an anagachi, which is like an eel tamagotchi. And Tama, that is actually her name, she is stuck in this suit. The zipper's broken, and he doesn't want to lose money on the deposit, so she's been stuck in it the whole time. Nagishita's shoulders slump further at my response. Have you heard from Chiri? Chiri is the one who was in the other suit in the back. Understandable. Have a nice stando. No, nothing yet. I guess she's our last hope. All of a sudden, Mr. Yamagishita holds up a pendant. Yamagishita. The situation's rough. I'd like you to wear this. It's a miracle stone like the other one I saw back in the storeroom earlier. This ought to kick up your luck a notch. Now I see that Yamagishita is wearing another miracle stone around his own neck, using one bit of sham merchandise to help find another. Nice. This is the pinnacle of pitiful. That's what this is. Hurry up, put it on, before the luck runs out. Mr. Yamagishita's eyes are all bloodshot. Something tells me that refusing his request wouldn't be wise right now. After a moment's hesitation, I take hold of the pendant. The stone is blue and glittery. Is that Chiri? Mr. Yamagishita squeaks. Whips out his phone. No, sorry, he mutters after listening for a moment. I think you have the wrong number. Guess it isn't Chiri after all. Okay. And yet he stays on the line. Huh? Really? His tone suddenly does a complete 180. Yes, please, thank you so much. As soon as he hangs up, Yamagishita strikes a victory pose. It's a miracle! Burning Hammer is back, baby! The recycling guy realizes his mix-up and returned the boxes to the loading dock. Whoa, for real? You girls did great! Thank you! From the bottom of my heart! I've never seen someone come so close to literally jumping for joy. I'm going to go prep the demo room. Tama, you go bring the burning hammer inside. With that, Mr. Yamagishita practically flies out of the room. No way, I murmur to myself. This thing didn't actually work, did it? I examined the miracle stone more closely. It's just some kind of toy jewelry. I wish that I actually get paid my 20,000 yen. Tama's motivation for doing this part-time job, a baito. A baito in Japan, you don't actually have like a work contract most of the time, though some people do have like job contracts, but those aren't called baito. Baito are, people just need somebody for the day and they recruit somebody. So she's doing a baito to get 20,000 yen to buy a necklace she saw that she feels like is her destiny to have. The miracle stone still clutched in my hand. I hurry out to the loading dock. I brace myself before actually stepping out the door. Yes, it's there! Oh, God bless it, it's there. It's really there. The cardboard boxes are scattered all around outside. Wait, scattered all around? What happened to them? I suddenly have a very bad feeling about this. Apprehension gnaws at me as I open up some of the boxes. No! I shriek and my vision dims. The box is full of bottles of burning hammer. All of them smashed to pieces. To be continued. All right. Well, let's go raid somebody. I'll be taking a break and oh, it's so loud. It's so loud. No, enough. I would never do. Well, you get a preview for the next chapter. That was sarcasm, wasn't it? Time's up. I'll pay you double what they're worth. Any evidence has been covered up. To the 1 o'clock block. Ooh. Okay. So we're gonna call this. I am supposed to stream tonight. I might still do it. But this ran really late. I try to keep the parts in one stream. So, I will be back at 7, but I'll let everyone know on my Discord whether I cancel or not. Let us raid. We shall raid. Raiding. Okay, so we have PB and Shelly doing Phasmophobia. We have Simple doing Rimworld. We have T Phoenix Willow playing Luanti. We'll go ahead and do Phasmo, I think. Simple never needs help with viewers. When we get there, it'll be a braid. B-R-A-I-D. Thank you to Shotten, Myth for the raid, Dragtime, Theo, Megan, PB, Zem, Simple. Let us head off. I guess Vic was here too. You never know with games where people lurk on them, right? You don't know who's still listening. Thanks, guys. It was nice to see you. Bye-bye.